Letter 1, Part 1 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Letter 1. You have asked of me, my dear friend, that I should assist the family library with the history of a dark chapter in human nature, which the increasing civilization of all well-instructed countries has now almost blotted out, though the subject attracted no ordinary degree of consideration in the older times of their history. Among much reading of my earlier days, it is no doubt true that I travelled a good deal in the twilight regions of superstitious disquisitions. Many hours have I lost, I would their debt were less, in examining old as well as more recent narratives of this character, and even in looking into some of the criminal trials so frequent in early days, upon a subject which our fathers considered as a matter of the last importance. And of late years, the very curious extracts published by Mr. Pitcairn from the criminal records of Scotland are, besides their historical value, of a nature so much calculated to illustrate the credulity of our ancestors on such subjects, that by perusing them I have been induced more recently to recall what I had read and thought upon the subject at a former period. As, however, my information is only miscellaneous, and I make no pretensions either to combat the systems of those by whom I am anticipated in consideration of the subject, or to erect any new one of my own, my purpose is, after a general account of demonology and witchcraft, to confine myself to narratives of remarkable cases, and to the observations which naturally and easily arise out of them, in the confidence that such a plan is, at the present time of day, more likely to suit the pages of a popular miscellany than an attempt to reduce the contents of so many hundred tomes, from the largest to the smallest size, into an abridgment, which, however compressed, must remain greatly too large for the reader's powers of patience. A few general remarks on the nature of demonology and the original cause of the almost universal belief in communication betwixt mortals and beings of a power superior to themselves, and of a nature not to be comprehended by human organs, are a necessary introduction to the subject. The general, or it may be termed the universal belief of the inhabitants of the earth in the existence of spirits separated from the encumbrance and incapacities of the body, is grounded on the consciousness of the divinity that speaks in our bosoms, and demonstrates to all men, except the few who are hardened to the celestial voice, that there is within us a portion of the divine substance, which is not subject to the law of death and dissolution, but which, when the body is no longer fit for its abode, shall seek its own place, as a sentinel dismissed from his post. Unaided by revelation, it cannot be hoped that mere earthly reason should be able to form any rational or precise conjecture concerning the destination of the soul when parted from the body, but the conviction that such an indestructible essence exists, the belief expressed by the poet in a different sense, non omnis morior, must infer the existence of many millions of spirits who have not been annihilated, though they have been invisible to mortals who still see, hear, and perceive, only by means of the imperfect organs of humanity, probability may lead some of the most reflecting to anticipate a state of future rewards and punishments, as those experienced in the education of the deaf and dumb find that their pupils, even while cut off from all instruction by ordinary means, have been able to form, out of their own unassisted conjectures, some ideas of the existence of a deity, and of the distinction between the soul and body, a circumstance which proves how naturally these truths arise in the human mind, the principle that they do so arise, being taught or communicated, leads to further conclusions. These spirits, in a state of separate existence, being admitted to exist, are not, it may be supposed, indifferent to the affairs of mortality, perhaps not incapable of influencing them. It is true that, in a more advanced state of society, the philosopher may challenge the possibility of a separate appearance of a disembodied spirit, unless in the case of a direct miracle, to which, being a suspension of the laws of nature, directly wrought by the maker of these laws for some express purpose, no bound or restraint can possibly be assigned. But under this necessary limitation and exception, philosophers might plausibly argue that, when the soul is divorced from the body, it loses all those qualities which made it, when clothed with a mortal shape, obvious to the organs of its fellow men. The abstract idea of a spirit certainly implies that it has neither substance, form, shape, voice, or anything which can render its presence visible or sensible to human faculties. But these skeptic doubts of philosophers on the possibility of the appearance of such separated spirits do not arise till a certain degree of information has dawned upon a country, and even then only reach a very small proportion of reflecting and better informed members of society. To the multitude, the indubitable fact that so many millions of spirits exist around and even amongst us seems sufficient to support the belief that they are, in certain instances at least, by some means or other, able to communicate with the world of humanity. The more numerous part of mankind cannot form in their mind the idea of the spirit of the deceased existing, without possessing or having the power to assume the appearance which their acquaintance bore during his life, and do not push their researches beyond this point. Enthusiastic feelings of an impressive and solemn nature occur both in private and public life, which seem to add ocular testimony to an intercourse betwixt earth and the world beyond it. For example, the son who has been lately deprived of his father feels a sudden crisis approach, in which he is anxious to have recourse to his sagacious advice; or a bereaved husband earnestly desires again to behold the form of which the grave has deprived him for ever. Or, to use a darker yet very common instance, the wretched man who has dipped his hand in his fellow creature's blood is haunted by the apprehension that the phantom of the slain stands by the bedside of his murderer. In all or any of these cases, who shall doubt that imagination, favoured by circumstances, has power to summon up to the organ of sight spectres which only exist in the mind of those by whom their apparition seems to be witnessed? If we add that such a vision may take place in the course of one of those lively dreams in which the patient, except in respect to the single subject of one strong impression, is or seems sensible of the real particulars of the scene around him, a state of slumber which often occurs. If he is so far conscious, for example, as to know that he is lying on his own bed, and surrounded by his own familiar furniture at the time when the supposed apparition is manifested, it becomes almost in vain to argue with the visionary against the reality of his dream, since the spectre, though itself purely fanciful, is inserted amidst so many circumstances which he feels must be true, beyond the reach of doubt or question. That which is undeniably certain becomes, in a manner, a warrant for the reality of the appearance to which doubt would have been otherwise attached. And if any event, such as the death of the person dreamt of, chances to take place, so as to correspond with the nature and the time of the apparition, the coincidence, though one which must be frequent, since our dreams usually refer to the accomplishment of that which haunts our minds when awake, and often presage the most probable events, seems perfect, and the chain of circumstances touching the evidence may not unreasonably be considered as complete. Such a concatenation, we repeat, must frequently take place when it is considered of what stuff dreams are made, how naturally they turn upon those who occupy our mind while awake, and when a soldier is exposed to death in battle, when a sailor is incurring the dangers of the sea, when a beloved wife or relative is attacked by disease, how readily our sleeping imagination rushes to the very point of alarm, which, when waking, it had shuddered to anticipate. The number of instances in which such lively dreams have been quoted, and both asserted and received as spiritual communications, is very great at all periods. In ignorant times, where the natural cause of dreaming is misapprehended and confused with an idea of mysticism, it is much greater. Yet, perhaps, considering the many thousands of dreams which must, night after night, pass through the imagination of individuals, the number of coincidences between the vision and real event are fewer and less remarkable than a fair calculation of chances would warrant us to expect. But in countries where such presaging dreams are subjects of attention, the number of those which seem to be coupled with the corresponding issue is large enough to spread a very general belief of a positive communication betwixt the living and the dead. Somnambulism and other nocturnal deceptions frequently lend their aid to the formation of such phantasmata as are formed in this middle state betwixt sleeping and waking. A most respectable person, whose active life had been spent as master and part owner of a large merchant vessel in the Lisbon trade, gave the writer an account of such an instance which came under his observation. He was lying in the Tagus, when he was put to great anxiety and alarm by the following incident and its consequences. One of his crew was murdered by a Portuguese assassin, and a report arose that the ghost of the slain man haunted the vessel. Sailors are generally superstitious, and those of my friend's vessel became unwilling to remain on board the ship, and it was probable they might desert rather than return to England with the ghost for a passenger. To prevent so great a calamity, the captain determined to examine the story to the bottom. He soon found that, though all pretended to have seen lights and heard noises, and so forth, the weight of the evidence lay upon the statement of one of his own mates, an Irishman and a Catholic, which might increase his tendency to superstition, but in other respects a veracious, honest, and sensible person, whom Captain had no reason to suspect would wilfully deceive him. He affirmed to Captain S., with the deepest obtestations, that the spectre of the murdered man appeared to him almost nightly, took him from his place in the vessel, and, according to his own expression, worried his life out. He made these communications with a degree of horror which intimated the reality of his distress and apprehensions. The captain, without any argument at the time, privately resolved to watch the motions of the ghost seer in the night, whether alone or with a witness I have forgotten. As the ship bell struck 12, the sleeper started up, with a ghastly and disturbed countenance, and lighting a candle, proceeded to the galley or cook room of the vessel. He sat down with his eyes open, staring before him as on some terrible object, which he beheld with horror, yet from which he could not withhold his eyes. After a short space he arose, took up a tin can or decanter, filled it with water, muttering to himself all the while, mixed salt in the water, and sprinkled it about the galley. Finally, he sighed deeply, like one relieved from a heavy burden, and returning to his hammock, slept soundly. In the next morning, the haunted man told the usual precise story of his apparition, with the additional circumstances that the ghost had led him to the galley, but that he had fortunately, he knew not how, obtained possession of some holy water, and succeeded in getting rid of his unwelcome visitor. The visionary was then informed of the real transactions of the night, with so many particulars as to satisfy him he had been the dupe of his imagination. He acquiesced in his commander's reasoning, and the dream, as often happens in these cases, returned no more after its imposture had been detected. In this case we find the excited imagination acting upon the half-waking senses, which were intelligent enough for the purpose of making him sensible where he was, but not sufficiently so to judge truly of the objects before him. But it is not only private life alone, or that tenor of thought which has been depressed into melancholy by gloomy anticipations respecting the future, which disposes the mind to midday fantasies or to nightly apparitions. A state of eager anxiety or excited exertion is equally favourable to the indulgence of such supernatural communications. The anticipation of a dubious battle, with all the doubt and uncertainty of its event, and the conviction that it must involve his own fate and that of his country, was powerful enough to conjure up to the anxious eye of Brutus the spectre of his murdered friend Caesar, respecting whose death he perhaps thought himself less justified than at the Ides of March, since, instead of having achieved the freedom of Rome, the event had only been the renewal of civil wars, and the issue might appear most likely to conclude in the total subjection of liberty. It is not miraculous that the masculine spirit of Marcus Brutus, surrounded by darkness and solitude, distracted probably by recollection of the kindness and favour of the great individual whom he had put to death to avenge the wrongs of his country, though by the slaughter of his own friend, should at length place before his eyes in person the appearance which termed itself his evil genius, and promised again to meet him at Philippi. Brutus's own intentions, and his knowledge of the military art, had probably long since assured him that the decision of the civil war must take place at or near that place, and allowing that his own imagination supplied that part of his dialogue with the spectre, there is nothing else which might not be fashioned in a vivid dream, or a waking reverie, approaching in absorbing and engrossing character the usual matter of which dreams consist. That Brutus, well acquainted with the opinions of the Platonists, should be disposed to receive without doubt the idea that he had seen a real apparition, was not likely to scrutinize very minutely the supposed vision, may be naturally conceived, and it is also natural to think that although no one saw the figure but himself, his contemporaries were little disposed to examine the testimony of a man so eminent, by the strict rules of cross-examination and conflicting evidence, which they might have thought applicable to another person and a less dignified occasion. Even in the field of death, and amid the mortal tug of combat itself, strong belief has wrought this same wonder which we have hitherto mentioned as occurring in solitude and amid darkness, and those who were themselves on the verge of the world of spirits, or employed in dispatching others to these gloomy regions, conceived they beheld the apparitions of those beings whom their national mythology associated with such scenes, in such moments of undecided battle, amid the violence, hurry, and confusion of ideas incident to the situation. The ancients supposed that they saw their deities, Castor and Pollux, fighting in the van for their encouragement. The heathen Scandinavian beheld the choosers of the slain, and the Catholics were no less easily led to recognize the warlike St. George or St. James in the very front of the strife, showing them the way to conquest. Such apparitions, being generally visible to a multitude, have in all times been supported by the greatest strength of testimony. When the common feeling of danger and the animating burst of enthusiasm act on the feelings of many men at once, their minds hold a natural correspondence with each other, as it is said is the case with stringed instruments tuned to the same pitch, of which, when one is played, the chords of the others are supposed to vibrate in unison with the tones produced. If an artful or enthusiastic individual exclaims, in the heat of action, that he perceives an apparition of the romantic kind which has been intimated, his companions catch at the idea with emulation, and most are willing to sacrifice the conviction of their own senses, rather than allow that they did not witness the same favourable emblem, from which all draw confidence and hope. One warrior catches the idea from another. All are alike eager to acknowledge the present miracle, and the battle is won before the mistake is discovered. In such cases, the number of persons present, which would otherwise lead to detection of the fallacy, becomes the means of strengthening it. Of this disposition, to see as much of the supernatural as is seen by others around, or in other words, to trust to the eyes of others rather than to our own, we may take the liberty to quote two remarkable instances. The first is from the Historia Verdadera of Don Bernal Diaz del Castillo, one of the companions of the celebrated Cortes in his Mexican conquest. After having given an account of a great victory over extreme odds, he mentions the report inserted in the contemporary Chronicle of Gomara, that Saint Iago had appeared on a white horse in van of the combat, and led on his beloved Spaniards to victory. It is very curious to observe the Castilian cavalier's internal conviction that the rumour arose out of a mistake, the cause of which he explains from his own observation, whilst at the same time he does not venture to disown the miracle. The honest conquistador owns that he himself did not see this animating vision, nay, that he beheld an individual cavalier named Francisco de Morla, mounted on a chestnut horse, and fighting strenuously in the very place where St. James is said to have appeared. But instead of proceeding to draw the necessary inference, the devout conquistador exclaims, "Sinner that I am! What am I that I should have beheld the blessed apostle?" The other instance of the infectious character of superstition occurs in a Scottish book, and there can be little doubt that it refers, in its first origin, to some uncommon appearance of the aurora borealis, or the northern lights, which do not appear to have been seen in Scotland so frequently as to be accounted a common and familiar atmospherical phenomenon, until the beginning of the 18th century. The passage is striking and curious, for the narrator, Peter Walker, though an enthusiast, was a man of credit, and does not even affect to have seen the wonders, the reality of which he unscrupulously adopts on the testimony of others, to whose eyes he trusted rather than to his own. The conversion of the sceptical gentleman of whom he speaks is highly illustrative of popular credulity carried away into enthusiasm or into imposture by the evidence of those around, and at once shows the imperfection of such a general testimony, and the ease with which it is procured, since the general excitement of the moment impels even the more cold-blooded and judicious persons present to catch up the ideas and echo the exclamations of the majority, who from the first had considered the heavenly phenomenon as a supernatural weaponshaw, held for the purpose of a sign and warning of civil wars to come. In the year 1686, in the months of June and July, says the honest chronicler, many yet alive can witness that about the Crossford boat, 2 miles beneath Lanark, especially at the Mains, on the water of Clyde, many people gathered together for several afternoons, where there were showers of bonnets, hats, guns, and swords, which covered the trees and the ground, companies of men in arms marching in order upon the waterside, companies meeting companies, going all through other, and then all falling to the ground and disappearing. Other companies immediately appeared, marching the same way. I went there 3 afternoons together, and as I observed, there were 2/3 of the people that were together saw, and 1/3 that saw not. And though I could see nothing, there was such a fright and trembling on those that did see, that was discernible to all from those that saw not. There was a gentleman standing next to me, who spoke as too many gentlemen and others speak, who said, "A pack of damned witches and warlocks that have the second sight. The devil have it, do I see." And immediately there was a discernible change in his countenance. With as much fear and trembling as any woman I saw there, he called out, "All you that do not see, say nothing, for I persuade you it is matter of fact, and discernible to all that is not stone blind." And those who did see told what works, that is, locks, the guns had, and their length and wideness, and what handles the swords had, whether small or 3-barred, or Highland guards, and the closing knots of the bonnets, black or blue. And those who did see them there, whenever they went abroad, saw a bonnet and a sword drop in the way. This singular phenomenon, in which a multitude believed, although only 2/3 of them saw what must, if real, have been equally obvious to all, may be compared with the exploit of the humorist, who planted himself in an attitude of astonishment, with his eyes riveted on the well-known bronze lion that graces the front of Northumberland House in the Strand, and having attracted the attention of those who looked at him by muttering, "By heaven, it wags again," contrived in a few minutes to blockade the whole street with an immense crowd, some conceiving that they had absolutely seen the Lion of Percy wag his tail, others expecting to witness the same phenomenon. On such occasions as we have hitherto mentioned, we have supposed that the ghost seer has been in full possession of his ordinary powers of perception, unless in the case of dreamers, in whom they may have been obscured by temporary slumber, and the possibility of correcting vagaries of the imagination rendered more difficult by want of the ordinary appeal to the evidence of the bodily senses. In other respects, their blood beat temperately. They possessed the ordinary capacity of ascertaining the truth or discerning the falsehood of external appearances by an appeal to the organ of sight. Unfortunately, however, as is now universally known and admitted, there certainly exists more than one disorder known to professional men, of which one important symptom is a disposition to see apparitions. This frightful disorder is not properly insanity, although it is somewhat allied to that most horrible of maladies, and may, in many constitutions, be the means of bringing it on. And although such hallucinations are proper to both, the difference I conceive to be that, in cases of insanity, the mind of the patient is principally affected, while the senses or organic system offer in vain to the lunatic their decided testimony against the fantasy of a deranged imagination. Perhaps the nature of this collision between a disturbed imagination and organs of sense possessed of their usual accuracy cannot be better described than in the embarrassment expressed by an insane patient confined in the infirmary of Edinburgh. The poor man's malady had taken a gay turn. The house, in his idea, was his own, and he contrived to account for all that seemed inconsistent with his imaginary right of property. There were many patients in it, but that was owing to the benevolence of his nature, which made him love to see the relief of distress. He went little, or rather never abroad, but then his habits were of a domestic and rather sedentary character. He did not see much company, but he daily received visits from the first characters in the renowned medical school of this city, and he could not therefore be much in want of society. With so many supposed comforts around him, with so many visions of wealth and splendor, one thing alone disturbed the peace of the poor optimist, and would indeed have confounded most bon vivants. He was curious, he said, in his table, choice in his selection of cooks, had every day a dinner of 3 regular courses and a dessert, and yet somehow or other everything he eat tasted of porridge. This dilemma could be no great wonder to the friend to whom the poor patient communicated it, who knew the lunatic ate nothing but this simple aliment at any of his meals. The case was obvious. The disease lay in the extreme vivacity of the patient's imagination, deluded in other instances, yet not absolutely powerful enough to contend with the honest evidence of his stomach and palate. which, like Lord Peter's brethren in The Tale of a Tub, were indignant at the attempt to impose boiled oatmeal upon them, instead of such a banquet as Eude would have displayed when peers were to partake of it. Here, therefore, is one instance of actual insanity, in which the sense of taste controlled and attempted to restrain the ideal hypothesis adopted by a deranged imagination. But the order to which I previously alluded is entirely of a bodily character, and consists principally in a disease of the visual organs, which present to the patient a set of spectres or appearances which have no actual existence. It is a disease of the same nature which renders many men incapable of distinguishing colours. Only the patients go a step further, and pervert the external form of objects. In their case, therefore, contrary to that of the maniac, it is not the mind, or rather the imagination, which imposes upon and overpowers the evidence of the senses, but the sense of seeing or hearing, which betrays its duty and conveys false ideas to a sane intellect. More than one learned physician, who have given their attestations to the existence of this most distressing complaint, have agreed that it actually occurs, and is occasioned by different causes. The most frequent source of the malady is in the dissipated and intemperate habits of those who, by a continued series of intoxication, become subject to what is popularly called the blue devils, instances of which mental disorder may be known to most who have lived for any period of their lives in society where hard drinking was a common vice. The joyous visions suggested by intoxication, when the habit is first acquired, in time disappear, and are supplied by frightful impressions and scenes, which destroy the tranquillity of the unhappy debauchee. Apparitions of the most unpleasant appearance are his companions in solitude, and intrude even upon his hours of society. And when, by an alteration of habits, the mind is cleared of these frightful ideas, it requires but the slightest renewal of the association to bring back the full tide of misery upon the repentant libertine. Of this the following instance was told to the author by a gentleman connected with the sufferer, a young man of fortune, who had led what is called so gay a life as considerably to injure both his health and fortune, was at length obliged to consult the physician upon the means of restoring at least the former. One of his principal complaints was the frequent presence of a set of apparitions, resembling a band of figures dressed in green, who performed in his drawing room a singular dance, to which he was compelled to bear witness, though he knew, to his great annoyance, that the whole corps de ballet existed only in his own imagination. His physician immediately informed him that he had lived upon town too long and too fast not to require an exchange to a more healthy and natural course of life. He therefore prescribed a gentle course of medicine, but earnestly recommended to his patient to retire to his own house in the country, observe a temperate diet and early hours, practising regular exercise, on the same principle avoiding fatigue, and assuring him that by doing so he might bid adieu to black spirits, and white, blue, green, and grey, with all their trumpery. The patient observed the advice, and prospered. His physician, after the interval of a month, received a grateful letter from him, acknowledging the success of his regime. The green goblins had disappeared, and with them the unpleasant train of emotions to which their visits had given rise, and the patient had ordered his town house to be disfurnished and sold, while the furniture was to be sent down to his residence in the country, where he was determined in future to spend his life, without exposing himself to the temptations of town. One would have supposed this a well devised scheme for health. But, alas! no sooner had the furniture of the London drawing room been placed in order in the gallery of the old manor house, than the former delusion returned in full force. The green figurantes, whom the patient's depraved imagination had so long associated with these movables, came capering and frisking to accompany them, exclaiming with great glee, as if the sufferer should have been rejoiced to see them, "Here we all are! Here we all are!" The visionary, if I recollect right, was so much shocked at their appearance, that he retired abroad, in despair that any part of Britain could shelter him from the daily persecution of this domestic ballet. There is reason to believe that such cases are numerous, and that they may perhaps arise not only from the debility of stomach brought on by excess in wine or spirits, which derangement often sensibly affects the eyes and sense of sight, but also because the mind becomes habitually predominated over by a train of fantastic visions, the consequence of frequent intoxication, and is thus, like a dislocated joint, apt again to go wrong, even when a different cause occasions the derangement. It is easy to be supposed that habitual excitement by means of any other intoxicating drug, as opium, or its various substitutes, must expose those who practise the dangerous custom to the same inconvenience. Very frequent use of the nitrous oxide, which affects the senses so strongly, and produces a short but singular state of ecstasy, would probably be found to occasion this species of disorder. But there are many other causes which medical men find attended with the same symptom, of embodying before the eyes of a patient imaginary illusions which are visible to no one else. This persecution of spectral deceptions is also found to exist when no excesses of the patient can be alleged as the cause, owing, doubtless, to a deranged state of the blood or nervous system. The learned and acute Dr. Ferrier of Manchester was the first who brought before the English public the leading case, as it may be called, in this department, namely, that of Monsieur Nicolai, the celebrated bookseller of Berlin. This gentleman was not a man merely of books, but of letters, and had the moral courage to lay before the Philosophical Society of Berlin an account of his own sufferings, from having been, by disease, subjected to a series of spectral illusions. The leading circumstances of this case may be stated very shortly, as it has been repeatedly before the public, and is insisted upon by Dr. Ferrier, Dr. Hibbert, and others who have assumed demonology as a subject. Nicolai traces his illness remotely to a series of disagreeable incidents which had happened to him in the beginning of the year 1791. The depression of spirits which was occasioned by these unpleasant occurrences was aided by the consequences of neglecting a course of periodical bleeding, which he had been accustomed to observe. This state of health brought on the disposition to see phantasmata, who visited, or it may be more properly said frequented, the apartments of the learned bookseller, presenting crowds of persons who moved and acted before him, nay, even spoke to and addressed him. These phantoms afforded nothing unpleasant to the imagination of the visionary, either in sight or expression, and the patient was possessed of too much firmness to be otherwise affected by their presence, than with a species of curiosity, as he remained convinced from the beginning to the end of the disorder that these singular effects were merely symptoms of the state of his health, and did not in any other respect regard them as a subject of apprehension. After a certain time and some use of medicine, the phantoms became less distinct in their outline, less vivid in their colouring, faded, as it were, on the eye of the patient, and at length totally disappeared. The case of Nicolai has unquestionably been that of many whose love of science has not been able to overcome their natural reluctance to communicate to the public the particulars attending the visitation of a disease so peculiar. That such illnesses have been experienced, and have ended fatally, there can be no doubt, though it is by no means to be inferred that the symptom of importance to our present discussion has, on all occasions, been produced from the same identical cause. Dr. Hibbert, who has most ingeniously as well as philosophically handled this subject, has treated it also in a medical point of view, with science to which we make no pretence, and a precision of detail to which our superficial investigation affords us no room for extending ourselves. The visitation of spectral phenomena is described by this learned gentleman as incidental to sundry complaints, and he mentions in particular that the symptom occurs not only in plethora, as in the case of the learned Prussian we have just mentioned, but is a frequent hectic symptom, often an associate of febrile and inflammatory disorders, frequently accompanying inflammation of the brain, a concomitant also of highly excited nervous irritability, equally connected with hypochondria, and finally united in some cases with gout, and in others with the effects of excitation produced by several gases. In all these cases there seems to be a morbid degree of sensibility, with which this symptom is ready to ally itself, and which, though inaccurate as a medical definition, may be held sufficiently descriptive of one character of the various kinds of disorder with which this painful symptom may be found allied. A very singular and interesting illustration of such combinations as Dr. Hibbert has recorded of this spectral illusion with an actual disorder, and that of a dangerous kind, was frequently related in society by the late learned and accomplished Dr. Gregory of Edinburgh, and sometimes, I believe, quoted by him in his lectures. The narrative, to the author's best recollection, was as follows. A patient of Dr. Gregory, a person, it is understood, of some rank, having requested the doctor's advice, made the following extraordinary statement of his complaint. "I am in the habit," he said, "of dining at 5, and exactly as the hour of 6 arrives, I am subjected to the following painful visitation. The door of the room, even when I have been weak enough to bolt it, which I have sometimes done, flies wide open. An old hag, like one of those who haunted the heath of Forres, enters with a frowning and incensed countenance, comes straight up to me with every demonstration of spite and indignation which could characterize her who haunted the merchant Abduda in the Oriental tale. She rushes upon me, says something, but so hastily that I cannot discover the purport, and then strikes me a severe blow with her staff. I fall from my chair in a swoon, which is of longer or shorter endurance. To the recurrence of this apparition I am daily subjected, and such is my new and singular complaint. The doctor immediately asked whether his patient had invited any one to sit with him when he expected such a visitation. He was answered in the negative. The nature of the complaint, he said, was so singular, it was so likely to be imputed to fancy, or even to mental derangement, that he had shrunk from communicating the circumstance to any one. Then, said the doctor, with your permission, I will dine with you to-day, tete-a-tete, and we will see if your malignant old woman will venture to join our company. The patient accepted the proposal with hope and gratitude, for he had expected ridicule rather than sympathy. They met at dinner, and Dr. Gregory, who suspected some nervous disorder, exerted his powers of conversation, well known to be of the most varied and brilliant character, to keep the attention of his host engaged, and prevent him from thinking on the approach of the fated hour to which he was accustomed to look forward with so much terror. He succeeded in his purpose better than he had hoped. The hour of 6 came almost unnoticed, and it was hoped might pass away without any evil consequence. But it was scarce a moment struck when the owner of the house exclaimed, in an alarmed voice, "The hag comes again," and dropped back in his chair in a swoon, in the way he had himself described. The physician caused him to be let blood, and satisfied himself that the periodical shocks of which his patient complained arose from a tendency to apoplexy. The phantom with the crutch was only a species of machinery, such as that with which fancy is found to supply the disorder called ephialtes, or nightmare, or indeed any other external impression upon our organs in sleep, which the patient's morbid imagination may introduce into the dream preceding the swoon. In the nightmare, an oppression and suffocation is felt, and our fancy instantly conjures up a spectre to lie on our bosom. In like manner, it may be remarked, that any sudden noise which the slumberer hears without being actually awakened by it, any casual touch of his person occurring in the same manner, becomes instantly adopted in his dream, and accommodated to the tenor of the current train of thought, whatever that may happen to be. And nothing is more remarkable than the rapidity with which imagination supplies a complete explanation of the interruption, according to the previous train of ideas expressed in the dream, even when scarce a moment of time is allowed for that purpose. In dreaming, for example, of a duel, the external sound becomes, in the twinkling of an eye, the discharge of the combatant's pistols. Is an orator haranguing in his sleep, the sound becomes the applause of his supposed audience. Is the dreamer wandering among supposed ruins, the noise is that of the fall of some part of the mass. In short, an explanatory system is adopted during sleep with such extreme rapidity, that, supposing the intruding alarm to have been the first call of some person to awaken the slumberer, the explanation, though requiring some process of argument or deduction, is usually formed and perfect before the second effort of the speaker has restored the dreamer to the waking world and its realities. So rapid and intuitive is the succession of ideas in sleep as to remind us of the vision of the prophet Mohammed, in which he saw the whole wonders of heaven and hell, though the jar of water which fell when his ecstasy commenced, had not spilled its contents when he returned to ordinary existence. A second and equally remarkable instance was communicated to the author by the medical man under whose observation it fell, but who was, of course, desirous to keep private the name of the hero of so singular a history. Of the friend by whom the facts were attested, I can only say, that if I found myself at liberty to name him, the rank which he holds in his profession, as well as his attainments in science and philosophy, form an indisputed claim to the most implicit credit. It was the fortune of this gentleman to be called in to attend the illness of a person now long deceased, who in his lifetime stood, as I understand, high in a particular department of the law, which often placed the property of others at his discretion and control, and whose conduct, therefore, being open to public observation, he had for many years borne the character of a man of unusual steadiness, good sense, and integrity. He was, at the time of my friend's visits, confined principally to his sick room, sometimes to bed, yet occasionally attending to business, and exerting his mind, apparently with all its usual strength and energy, to the conduct of important affairs entrusted to him. Nor did there, to a superficial observer, appear anything in his conduct, while so engaged, that could argue vacillation of intellect or depression of mind. His outward symptoms of malady argued no acute or alarming disease, but slowness of pulse, absence of appetite, difficulty of digestion, and constant depression of spirits seemed to draw their origin from some hidden cause, which the patient was determined to conceal. The deep gloom of the unfortunate gentleman, the embarrassment which he could not conceal from his friendly physician, the briefness and obvious constraint with which he answered the interrogations of his medical adviser, induced my friend to take other methods for prosecuting his inquiries. He applied to the sufferer's family to learn, if possible, the source of that secret grief which was gnawing the heart and sucking the life-blood of his unfortunate patient. The persons applied to, after conversing together previously, denied all knowledge of any cause for the burden which obviously affected their relative, so far as they knew, and they thought they could hardly be deceived. His worldly affairs were prosperous. No family loss had occurred which could be followed with such persevering distress. No entanglements of affection could be supposed to apply to his age, and no sensation of severe remorse could be consistent with his character. The medical gentleman had finally recourse to serious argument with the invalid himself, and urged to him the folly of devoting himself to a lingering and melancholy death, rather than tell the subject of affliction which was thus wasting him. He specially pressed upon him the injury which he was doing to his own character, by suffering it to be inferred that the secret cause of his dejection and its consequences was something too scandalous or flagitious to be made known, bequeathing in his manner to his family a suspected and dishonored name, and leaving a memory with which might be associated the idea of guilt, which the criminal had died without confessing. The patient, more moved by this species of appeal than by any which had yet been urged, expressed his desire to speak out frankly to Dr. Every one else was removed, and the door of the sick room made secure, when he began his confession in the following manner. You cannot, my dear friend, be more conscious than I am in the course of dying under the oppression of the fatal disease which consumes my vital powers. but neither can you understand the nature of my complaint, and manner in which it acts upon me, nor if you did, I fear, could your zeal and skill avail to rid me of it. It is possible, said the physician, that my skill may not equal my wish of serving you, yet medical science has many resources, of which those unacquainted with its powers never can form an estimate. But until you plainly tell me your symptoms of complaint, it is impossible for either of us to say what may or may not be in my power, or within that of medicine. I may answer you, replied the patient, that my case is not a singular one, since we read of it in the famous novel of Le Sage. You remember, doubtless, the disease of which the Duke d'Olivarez is there stated to have died? Of the idea, answered the medical gentleman, that he was haunted by an apparition, to the actual existence of which he gave no credit, but died nevertheless, because he was overcome and heartbroken by its imaginary presence. I, my dearest doctor, said the sick man, am in that very case, and so painful and abhorrent is the presence of the persecuting vision, that my reason is totally inadequate to combat the effects of my morbid imagination, and I am sensible I am dying, a wasted victim to an imaginary disease. The medical gentleman listened with anxiety to his patient's statement, and for the present, judiciously avoiding any contradiction of the sick man's preconceived fancy, contented himself with more minute inquiry into the nature of the apparition with which he conceived himself haunted, and into the history of the mode by which so singular a disease had made itself master of his imagination, secured, as it seemed, by strong powers of the understanding, against an attack so irregular. The sick person replied by stating that its advances were gradual, and at first not of a terrible or even disagreeable character. To illustrate this, he gave the following account of the progress of his disease. My visions, he said, commenced 2 or 3 years since, when I found myself from time to time embarrassed by the presence of a large cat, which came and disappeared, I could not exactly tell how, till the truth was finally forced upon me, and I was compelled to regard it as no domestic household cat, but as a bubble of the elements, which had no existence save in my deranged visual organs or depraved imagination. Still, I had not that positive objection to the animal entertained by a late gallant Highland chieftain, who has been seen to change to all the colours of his own plaid, if a cat by accident happened to be in the room with him, even though he did not see it. On the contrary, I am rather a friend to cats, and endured with so much equanimity the presence of my imaginary attendant, that it had become almost indifferent to me, when within the course of a few months it gave place to, or was succeeded by, a spectre of a more important sort, or which at least had a more imposing appearance. This was no other than the apparition of a gentleman usher, dressed as if to wait upon a Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, a Lord High Commissioner of the Kirk, or any other who bears on his brow the rank and stamp of delegated sovereignty. This personage, arrayed in a court dress, with bag and sword, tambard waistcoat, and chapeau bras, glided beside me like the ghost of Beau Nash, and whether in my own house or in another, ascended the stairs before me, as if to announce me in the drawing-room, and at sometimes appeared to mingle with the company, though it was sufficiently evident that they were not aware of his presence, and that I alone was sensible of the visionary honours which this imaginary being seemed desirous to render me. This freak of the fancy did not produce much impression on me, though it led me to entertain doubts on the nature of my disorder, and alarm for the effect it might produce on my intellects. But that modification of my disease also had its appointed duration. After a few months, the phantom of the gentleman usher was seen no more, but was succeeded by one horrible to the sight and distressing to the imagination, being no other than the image of death itself, the apparition of a skeleton. Alone or in company, said the unfortunate invalid, the presence of this last phantom never quits me. I in vain tell myself 100 times over that it is no reality, but merely an image summoned up by the morbid acuteness of my own excited imagination and deranged organs of sight. But what avail such reflections while the emblem at once and presage of mortality is before my eyes, and while I feel myself, though in fancy only, the companion of a phantom representing a ghastly inhabitant of the grave, even while I yet breathe on the earth? Science, philosophy, even religion, has no cure for such a disorder, and I feel too surely that I shall die the victim to so melancholy a disease, although I have no belief whatever in the reality of the phantom which it places before me. The physician was distressed to perceive from these details how strongly this visionary apparition was fixed in the imagination of his patient. He ingenuously urged the sick man, who was then in bed, with questions concerning the circumstances of the phantom's appearance, trusting he might lead him, as a sensible man, into such contradictions and inconsistencies as might bring his common sense, which seemed to be unimpaired, so strongly into the field as might combat successfully the fantastic disorder which produced such fatal effects. This skeleton, then, said the doctor, seems to you to be always present to your eyes? It is my fate, unhappily, answered the invalid, always to see it. Then I understand, continued the physician, it is now present to your imagination? To my imagination it certainly is so, replied the sick man. And in what part of the chamber do you now conceive the apparition to appear? The physician inquired. Immediately at the foot of my bed. When the curtains are left a little open, answered the invalid, the skeleton, to my thinking, is placed between them, and fills the vacant space. You say you are sensible of the delusion, said his friend. Have you firmness to convince yourself of the truth of this? Can you take courage enough to rise and place yourself in the spot so seeming to be occupied, and convince yourself of the illusion? The poor man sighed and shook his head negatively. Well, said the doctor, we will try the experiment otherwise. Accordingly, he rose from his chair by the bedside, and placing himself between the two half-drawn curtains at the foot of the bed, indicated as the place occupied by the apparition, asked if the spectre were still visible. Not entirely so, replied the patient, because your person is betwixt him and me, but I observe his skull peering above your shoulder. It is alleged the man of science started on the instant, despite philosophy, on receiving an answer ascertaining, with such minuteness, that the ideal spectre was close to his own person. He resorted to other means of investigation and cure, but with equally indifferent success. The patient sunk into deeper and deeper dejection, and died in the same distress of mind in which he had spent the latter months of his life, and his case remains a melancholy instance of the power of imagination to kill the body, even when its fantastic terrors cannot overcome the intellect of the unfortunate persons who suffer under them. The patient, in the present case, sunk under his malady, and the circumstances of his singular disorder remaining concealed, he did not, by his death and last illness, lose any of his well-merited reputation for prudence and sagacity, which had attended him during the whole course of his life. End of Letter 1. Part 1. Letter 1, Part 2 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Reading by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Letter 1, Part 2. Having added these two remarkable instances to the general train of similar facts quoted by Ferrier, Hibbert, and other writers who have more recently considered the subject, there can, we think, be little doubt of the proposition that the external organs may, from various causes, become so much deranged as to make false representations to the mind, and that in such cases men, in the literal sense, really see the empty and false forms, and hear the ideal sounds which, in a more primitive state of society, are naturally enough referred to the action of demons or disembodied spirits. In such unhappy cases, the patient is intellectually in the condition of a general whose spies have been bribed by the enemy, and who must engage himself in the difficult and delicate task of examining and correcting, by his own powers of argument, the probability of the reports which are too inconsistent to be trusted to. But there is a corollary to this proposition which is worthy of notice. The same species of organic derangement which, as a continued habit of his deranged vision, presented the subject of our last tale with the successive apparitions of his cat, his gentleman usher, and the fatal skeleton, may occupy for a brief or almost momentary space the vision of men who are otherwise perfectly clear-sighted. Transitory deceptions are thus presented to the organs which, when they occur to men of strength of mind and of education, give way to scrutiny, and their character being once investigated, the true takes the place of the unreal representation. But in ignorant times, those instances in which any object is misrepresented, whether through the action of the senses, or of the imagination, or the combined influence of both, for however short a space of time, may be admitted as direct evidence of a supernatural apparition, a proof the more difficult to be disputed if the phantom has been personally witnessed by a man of sense and estimation, who, perhaps satisfied in the general as to the actual existence of apparitions, has not taken time or trouble to correct his first impressions. This species of deception is so frequent that one of the greatest poets of the present time answered a lady who asked him if he believed in ghosts. "No, madam, I have seen too many myself." I may mention one or two instances of the kind, to which no doubt can be attached. The first shall be the apparition of Maupertuis to a brother professor in the Royal Society of Berlin. This extraordinary circumstance appeared in the Transactions of the Society, but is thus stated by Monsieur Tybalt in his Recollections of Frederick the Great and the Court of Berlin. It is necessary to premise that Monsieur Gleditsch, to whom the circumstance happened, was a botanist of eminence, holding the professorship of natural philosophy at Berlin, and respected as a man of an habitually serious, simple, and tranquil character. A short time after the death of Maupertuis, Monsieur Gleditch, being obliged to traverse the hall in which the Academy held its sittings, having some arrangements to make in the cabinet of natural history, which was under his charge, and being willing to complete them on the Thursday before the meeting, he perceived, on entering the hall, the apparition of Monsieur de Maupertuis, upright and stationary in the first angle on his left hand, having his eyes fixed on him. This was about 3 o'clock afternoon. The professor of natural philosophy was too well acquainted with physical science to suppose that his late president, who had died at Bâle, in the family of Messrs. Bernoulli, could have found his way back to Berlin in person. He regarded the apparition in no other light than as a phantom produced by some derangement of his own proper organs. Monsieur Gleditch went to his own business, without stopping longer than to ascertain exactly the appearance of that object. But he related the vision to his brethren, and assured them that it was as defined and perfect as the actual person of Maupertuis could have presented, when it is recollected that Maupertuis died at a distance from Berlin, once the scene of his triumphs, overwhelmed by the petulant ridicule of Voltaire, and out of favour with Frederick, with whom to be ridiculous was to be worthless. We can hardly wonder at the imagination even of a man of physical science calling up his eidolon in the hall of his former greatness. The sober-minded professor did not, however, push his investigation to the point to which it was carried by a gallant soldier, from whose mouth a particular friend of the author received the following circumstances of a similar story. Captain C was a native of Britain, but bred in the Irish Brigade. He was a man of the most dauntless courage, which he displayed in some uncommonly desperate adventures during the first years of the French Revolution, being repeatedly employed by the royal family in very dangerous commissions. After the king's death, he came over to England, and it was then the following circumstance took place. Captain C was a Catholic, and in his hour of adversity at least, sincerely attached to the duties of his religion. His confessor was a clergyman who was residing as chaplain to a man of rank in the west of England, about 4 miles from the place where Captain C lived. On riding over one morning to see this gentleman, his penitent had the misfortune to find him very ill from a dangerous complaint. He retired in great distress and apprehension of his friend's life, and the feeling brought back upon him many other painful and disagreeable recollections. These occupied him till the hour of retiring to bed, when, to his great astonishment, he saw in the room the figure of the absent confessor. He addressed it, but received no answer. The eyes alone were impressed by the appearance. Determined to push the matter to the end, Captain C advanced on the phantom, which appeared to retreat gradually before him. In this manner he followed it around the bed, when it seemed to sink down on an elbow chair, and remain there in a sitting posture. To ascertain positively the nature of the apparition, the soldier himself sat down on the same chair, ascertaining thus, beyond question, that the whole was illusion. Yet he owned that, had his friend died about the same time, he would not well have known what name to give to his vision. But as the confessor recovered, and in Dr. Johnson's phrase, nothing came of it, the incident was only remarkable as showing that men of the strongest nerves are not exempted from such delusions. Another illusion of the same nature we have the best reason for vouching as a fact, though for certain reasons we do not give the names of the parties. Not long after the death of a late illustrious poet, who had filled, while living, a great station in the eye of the public, a literary friend, to whom the deceased had been well known, was engaged during the darkening twilight of an autumn evening in perusing one of the publications which professed to detail the habits and opinions of the distinguished individual who was now no more. As the reader had enjoyed the intimacy of the deceased to a considerable degree, he was deeply interested in the publication, which contained some particulars relating to himself and other friends. A visitor was sitting in the apartment, who was also engaged in reading. Their sitting room opened into an entrance hall, rather fantastically fitted up with articles of armor, skins of wild animals, and the like. It was when laying down his book and passing into this hall, through which the moon was beginning to shine, that the individual of whom I speak saw, right before him, and in a standing posture, the exact representation of his departed friend, whose recollection had been so strongly brought to his imagination. He stopped for a single moment, so as to notice the wonderful accuracy with which fancy had impressed upon the bodily eye the peculiarities of dress and posture of the illustrious poet. Sensible, however, of the delusion, he felt no sentiment save that of wonder at the extraordinary accuracy of the resemblance, and stepped onwards towards the figure, which resolved itself, as he approached, into the various materials of which it was composed. These were merely a screen occupied by great coats, shawls, plaids, and other articles, as usually are found in a country entrance hall. The spectator returned to the spot from which he had seen the illusion, and endeavoured, with all his power, to recall the image which had been so singularly vivid. But this was beyond his capacity, and the person who had witnessed the apparition, or more properly, whose excited state had been the means of raising it, had only to return into the apartment and tell his young friend under what a striking hallucination he had for a moment laboured. There is every reason to believe that instances of this kind are frequent among persons of a certain temperament, and when such occur in an early period of society, they are almost certain to be considered as real supernatural appearances. They differ from those of Nicolai and others formerly noticed, as being of short duration, and constituting no habitual or constitutional derangement of the system. The apparition of Maupertuis to Monsieur Gleditch, that of the Catholic clergyman to Captain C., that of a late poet to his friend, are of the latter character. They bear to the former the analogy, as we may say, which a sudden and temporary fever fit has to a serious feverish illness. But even for this very reason, it is more difficult to bring such momentary impressions back to their real sphere of optical illusions, since they accord much better with our idea of glimpses of the future world than those in which the vision is continued or repeated for hours, days, and months, affording opportunities of discovering from other circumstances that the symptom originates in deranged health. Before concluding these observations upon the deceptions of the senses, we must remark that the eye is the organ most essential to the purpose of realizing to our mind the appearance of external objects, and that when the visual organ becomes depraved for a greater or less time, and to a farther or more limited extent, its misrepresentation of the objects of sight is peculiarly apt to terminate in such hallucinations as those we have been detailing. Yet the other senses or organs in their turn, and to the extent of their power, are as ready, in their various departments, as the sight itself, to retain false or doubtful impressions, which mislead, instead of informing, the party to whom they are addressed. Thus, in regard to the ear, the next organ in importance to the eye, we are repeatedly deceived by such sounds as are imperfectly gathered up and erroneously apprehended. From the false impressions received from this organ also arise consequences similar to those derived from erroneous reports made by the organs of sight. A whole class of superstitious observances arise, and are grounded upon inaccurate and imperfect hearing. To the excited and imperfect state of the ear we owe the existence of what Milton sublimely calls the airy tongues that syllable men's names on shores, in desert sands, and wildernesses. These also appear such natural causes of alarm that we do not sympathize more readily with Robinson Crusoe's apprehensions when he witnesses the print of the savage foot in the sand, than in those which arise from his being waked from sleep by some one calling his name in the solitary island, where there existed no man but the shipwrecked mariner himself. Amidst the train of superstitions deduced from the imperfections of the ear, we may quote that visionary summons which the natives of the Hebrides acknowledged as one sure sign of approaching fate. The voice of some absent, or probably some deceased, relative was, in such cases, heard as repeating the party's name. Sometimes the aerial summoner intimated his own death, and at others it was no uncommon circumstance that the person who fancied himself so called died in consequence, for the same reason that the negro pines to death who is laid under the ban of an Obi woman, or the Cambro Briton, whose name is put into the famous cursing well with the usual ceremonies, devoting him to the infernal gods, wastes away and dies as one doomed to do so. It may be remarked also that Dr. Johnson retained a deep impression that, while he was opening the door of his college chambers, he heard the voice of his mother, then at many miles' distance, call him by his name, and it appears he was rather disappointed that no event of consequence followed a summons sounding so decidedly supernatural. It is unnecessary to dwell on this sort of auricular deception, of which most men's recollection will supply instances. The following may be stated as one serving to show by what slender accidents the human ear may be imposed upon. The author was walking, about 2 years since, in a wild and solitary scene with a young friend, who labored under the infirmity of a severe deafness, when he heard what he conceived to be the cry of a distant pack of hounds, sounding intermittently. As the season was summer, this, on a moment's reflection, satisfied the hearer that it could not be the clamor of an actual chase, and yet his ears repeatedly brought back the supposed cry. He called upon his own dogs, of which 2 or 3 were with the walking party. They came in quietly, and obviously had no accession to the sounds which had caught the author's attention, so that he could not help saying to his companion, "I am doubly sorry for your infirmity at this moment, for I could otherwise have let you hear the cry of the wild huntsman." As the young gentleman used a hearing tube, he turned when spoken to, and in doing so the cause of the phenomenon became apparent. The supposed distant sound was in fact a nigh one, being the singing of the wind in the instrument which the young gentleman was obliged to use, but which, from various circumstances, had never occurred to his elder friend as likely to produce the sounds he had heard. It is scarce necessary to add that the highly imaginative superstition of the wild huntsman in Germany seems to have had its origin in strong fancy, operating upon the auricular deceptions respecting the numerous sounds likely to occur in the dark recesses of pathless forests. The same clue may be found to the kindred Scottish belief, so finely embodied by the nameless author of Albania. There, since of old the haughty thanes of Ross were wont, with clans and ready vassals thronged, to wake the bounding stag or guilty wolf, there oft is heard at midnight or at noon, beginning faint, but rising still more loud and louder, voice of hunters and of hounds, and horns hoarse-winded, blowing far and keen. Forthwith the hubbub multiplies, the air labours with louder shouts and rifer din of close pursuit, the broken cry of deer mangled by throttling dogs, the shouts of men, and hoofs thick beating on the hollow hill. Sudden the grazing heifer in the vale starts at the tumult, and the herdsman's ears tingle with inward dread. Aghast he eyes the upland ridge, and every mountain round, but not one trace of living wight discerns, nor knows, overawed and trembling as he stands, to what or whom he owes his idle fear, to ghost, to witch, to fairy, or to fiend, but wonders, and no end of wondering finds. It must also be remembered that to the auricular deceptions practised by the means of ventriloquism or otherwise may be traced many of the most successful impostures which credulity has received as supernatural communications. The sense of touch seems less liable to perversion than either that of sight or smell, nor are there many cases in which it can become accessory to such false intelligence as the eye and ear, collecting their objects from a greater distance, and by less accurate enquiry, are but too ready to convey. Yet there is one circumstance in which the sense of touch, as well as others, is very apt to betray its possessor into inaccuracy, in respect to the circumstances which it impresses on its owner. The case occurs during sleep, when the dreamer touches with his hand some other part of his own person. He is clearly, in this case, both the actor and patient, both the proprietor of the member touching, and of that which is touched; while, to increase the complication, the hand is both toucher of the limb on which it rests, and receives an impression of touch from it; and the same is the case with the limb, which at one and the same time receives an impression from the hand, and conveys to the mind a report respecting the size, substance, and the like of the member touching. Now, as during sleep the patient is unconscious, that both limbs are his own identical property, his mind is apt to be much disturbed by the complication of sensations arising from two parts of his person being at once acted upon, and from their reciprocal action, and false impressions are thus received, which, accurately inquired into, would afford a clue to many puzzling phenomena in the theory of dreams. This peculiarity of the organ of touch, as also that it is confined to no particular organ, but is diffused over the whole person of the man, is noticed by Lucretius. Ut si forte manu, quam vis jam corporis ipse, tutte tibi partem ferius reque experiare. A remarkable instance of such an illusion was told me of a late nobleman. He had fallen asleep, with some uneasy feelings arising from indigestion. They operated in their usual course of visionary terrors. At length they were all summed up in the apprehension that the phantom of a dead man held the sleeper by the wrist, and endeavoured to drag him out of bed. He awaked in horror, and still felt the cold dead grasp of a corpse's hand on his right wrist. It was a minute before he discovered that his own left hand was in a state of numbness, and with it he had accidentally encircled his right arm. The taste and the smell, like the touch, convey more direct intelligence than the eye and the ear, and are less likely than those senses to aid in misleading the imagination. We have seen the palate, in the case of the porridge-fed lunatic, enter its protest against the acquiescence of eyes, ears, and touch, in the gay visions which gilded the patient's confinement. The palate, however, is subject to imposition as well as the other senses. The best and most acute bon vivant loses his power of discriminating betwixt different kinds of wine, if he is prevented from assisting his palate by the aid of his eyes; that is, if the glasses of each are administered indiscriminately while he is blindfolded. Nay, we are authorized to believe that individuals have died in consequence of having supposed themselves to have taken poison, when in reality the draught they had swallowed as such was of an innoxious or restorative quality. The delusions of the stomach can seldom bear upon our present subject, and are not otherwise connected with supernatural appearances, than as a good dinner and its accompaniments are essential in fitting out a daring tam o' shanter, who is fittest to encounter them when the poet's observation is not unlikely to apply. Inspiring bold John Barleycorn, what dangers thou canst make us scorn! With tippenny we fear no evil, with usquebae we'll face the devil. The swats so reamed in Tammy's noddle, fair play, he cared na devils a bottle. Neither has the sense of smell, in its ordinary state, much connection with our present subject. Mr. Aubrey tells us, indeed, of an apparition which disappeared with a curious perfume as well as a most melodious twang, and popular belief ascribes to the presence of infernal spirits a strong relish of the sulphureous element of which they are inhabitants. Such accompaniments, therefore, are usually united with other materials for imposture. If, as a general opinion assures us, which is not positively discountenanced by Dr. Hibbert, by the inhalation of certain gases or poisonous herbs, necromancers can dispose a person to believe he sees phantoms, it is likely that the nostrils are made to inhale such suffumigation as well as the mouth. I have now arrived by a devious path at the conclusion of this letter, the object of which is to show from what attributes of our nature, whether mental or corporeal, arises that predisposition to believe in supernatural occurrences. It is, I think, conclusive that mankind, from a very early period, have their minds prepared for such events by the consciousness of the existence of a spiritual world, inferring in the general proposition the undeniable truth that each man, from the monarch to the beggar, who has once acted his part on the stage, continues to exist, and may again, even in a disembodied state, if such is the pleasure of heaven, for aught that we know to the contrary, be permitted or ordained to mingle amongst those who yet remain in the body. The abstract possibility of apparitions must be admitted by every one who believes in a deity and his superintending omnipotence, but imagination is apt to intrude its explanations and inferences founded on inadequate evidence. Sometimes our violent and inordinate passions, originating in sorrow for our friends, remorse for our crimes, our eagerness of patriotism, or our deep sense of devotion, these or other violent excitements of a moral character in the visions of night or the rapt ecstasy of the day, persuade us that we witness with our eyes and ears an actual instance of that supernatural communication, the possibility of which cannot be denied. At other times the corporeal organs impose upon the mind, while the eye and the ear, diseased, deranged, or misled, convey false impressions to the patient. Very often both the mental delusion and the physical deception exist at the same time, and men's belief of the phenomena presented to them, however erroneously, by the senses, is the firmer and more readily granted, that the physical impression corresponded with the mental excitement. So many causes acting thus upon each other in various degrees, or sometimes separately, it must happen early in the infancy of every society that there should occur many apparently well authenticated instances of supernatural intercourse, satisfactory enough to authenticate peculiar examples of the general proposition which is impressed upon us by belief of the immortality of the soul. These examples of undeniable apparitions, for they are apprehended to be incontrovertible, fall like the seed of the husbandman into fertile and prepared soil, and are usually followed by a plentiful crop of superstitious figments, which derive their sources from circumstances and enactments in sacred and profane history, hastily adopted and perverted from their genuine reading. This shall be the subject of my next letter. End of Letter 1, Part 2. Letter 2, Part 1 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Letter 2. What degree of communication might have existed between the human race and the inhabitants of the other world had our first parents kept the commands of the Creator, can only be subject of unavailing speculation. We do not, perhaps, presume too much when we suppose with Milton that one necessary consequence of eating the fruit of that forbidden tree was removing to a wider distance from celestial essences the beings who, although originally but a little lower than the angels, had by their own crime forfeited the gift of immortality, and degraded themselves into an inferior rank of creation. Some communication between the spiritual world, by the union of those termed in Scripture sons of God and the daughters of Adam, still continued after the fall, though their interalliance was not approved of by the ruler of mankind. We are given to understand, darkly indeed, but with as much certainty as we can be entitled to require, that the mixture between the two species of created beings was sinful on the part of both, and displeasing to the Almighty. It is probable also that the extreme longevity of the antediluvian mortals prevented their feeling sufficiently that they had brought themselves under the banner of Azrael, the angel of death, and removed to too great a distance the period between their crime and its punishment. The date of the avenging flood gave birth to a race whose life was gradually shortened, and who, being admitted to slighter and rarer intimacy with beings who possessed a higher rank in creation, assumed, as of course, a lower position in the scale. Accordingly, after this period, we hear no more of those unnatural alliances which preceded the flood, and are given to understand that mankind, dispersing into different parts of the world, separated from each other, and began in various places and under separate auspices to pursue the work of replenishing the world, which had been imposed upon them as an end of their creation. In the meantime, while the Deity was pleased to continue his manifestations to those who were destined to be the fathers of his elect people, we are made to understand that wicked men, it may be by the assistance of fallen angels, were enabled to assert rank with, and attempt to match, the prophets of the God of Israel. The matter must remain uncertain whether it was by sorcery or legerdemain that the wizards of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, contended with Moses in the face of the prince and people, changed their rods into serpents, and imitated several of the plagues denounced against the devoted kingdom. Those powers of the Magi, however, whether obtained by supernatural communications, or arising from knowledge of legerdemain and its kindred accomplishments, were openly exhibited, and who can doubt that, though we may be left in some darkness, both respecting the extent of their skill and the source from which it was drawn, we are told all which it can be important for us to know. We arrive here at the period when the Almighty chose to take upon himself directly to legislate for his chosen people, without having obtained any accurate knowledge whether the crime of witchcraft, or the intercourse between the spiritual world and embodied beings for evil purposes, either existed after the flood, or was visited with any open marks of divine displeasure. But in the law of Moses, dictated by the divinity himself, was announced a text, which, as interpreted literally, having been inserted into the criminal code of all Christian nations, has occasioned much cruelty and bloodshed, either from its tenor being misunderstood, or that being exclusively calculated for the Israelites, it made part of the judicial Mosaic dispensation, and was abrogated, like the greater part of that law, by the more benign and clement dispensation of the gospel. The text alluded to is that verse of the 22nd chapter of Exodus, bearing, "Men shall not suffer a witch to live." Many learned men have affirmed that in this remarkable passage the Hebrew word chaspa means nothing more than poisoner, although the word veneficus, by which it is rendered in the Latin version of the Septuagint, other learned men contend that it hath the meaning of a witch also, and may be understood as denoting a person who pretended to hurt his or her neighbors in life, limb, or goods, either by noxious potions, by charms, or similar mystical means. In this particular, the witches of Scripture had probably some resemblance to those of ancient Europe, who, although their skill and power might be safely despised, as long as they confined themselves to their charms and spells, were very apt to eke out their capacity of mischief by the use of actual poison, so that the epithet of sorceress and poisoner were almost synonymous. This was known to have been the case in many of those darker iniquities which bear as their characteristic something connected with hidden and prohibited arts. Such was the statement in the indictment of those concerned in the famous murder of Sir Thomas Overbury, when the arts of foremen and other sorcerers, having been found insufficient to touch the victim's life, practice by poison was at length successfully resorted to, and numerous similar instances might be quoted. But supposing that the Hebrew witch proceeded only by charms, invocations, or such means as might be innoxious, save for the assistance of demons or familiars, the connection between the conjurer and the demon must have been of a very different character under the law of Moses from that which was conceived in latter days to constitute witchcraft. There was no contract of subjection to a diabolical power, no infernal stamp or sign of such a fatal league, no revellings of Satan and his hags, and no infliction of disease or misfortune upon good men. At least there is not a word in Scripture authorizing us to believe that such a system existed. On the contrary, we are told, how far literally, how far metaphorically, it is not for us to determine, that when the enemy of mankind desired to probe the virtue of Job to the bottom, he applied for permission to the supreme governor of the world, who granted him liberty to try his faithful servant with a storm of disasters, for the more brilliant exhibition of the faith which he reposed in his Maker. In all this, had the scene occurred after the manner of the like events in latter days, witchcraft, sorceries, and charms would have been introduced, and the devil, instead of his own permitted agency, would have employed his servant the witch as the necessary instrument of the man of Uz's afflictions. In like manner, Satan desired to have Peter, that he might sift him like wheat. But neither is there here the agency of any sorcerer or witch. Luke 22:31. Supposing the powers of the witch to be limited in the time of Moses to enquiries at some pretended deity or real evil spirit concerning future events, in what respect, may it be said, did such a crime deserve the severe punishment of death? To answer this question, we must reflect that the object of the Mosaic dispensation being to preserve the knowledge of the true deity within the breasts of a selected and separated people, the God of Jacob necessarily showed himself a jealous God to all, who, straying from the path of direct worship of Jehovah, had recourse to other deities, whether idols or evil spirits, the gods of the neighboring heathen. The swerving from their allegiance to the true divinity, to the extent of praying to senseless stocks and stones, which could return them no answer, was by the Jewish law an act of rebellion to their own Lord God, and as such most fit to be punished capitally. Thus the prophets of Baal were deservedly put to death, not on account of any success which they might obtain by their intercessions and invocations, which, though enhanced with all their vehemence to the extent of cutting and wounding themselves, proved so utterly unavailing as to incur the ridicule of the prophet, but because they were guilty of apostasy from the real deity, while they worshipped and encouraged others to worship the false divinity Baal. The Hebrew witch, therefore, or she who communicated or attempted to communicate with an evil spirit, was justly punished with death, though her communication with the spiritual world might either not exist at all, or be of a nature much less intimate than has been ascribed to the witches of latter days. Nor does the existence of this law against the witches of the Old Testament sanction in any respect the severity of similar enactments subsequent to the Christian revelation against a different class of persons, accused of a very different species of crime. In another passage, the practices of those persons termed witches in the Holy Scriptures are again alluded to, and again it is made manifest that the sorcery or witchcraft of the Old Testament resolves itself into a trafficking with idols and asking counsel of false deities, in other words, into idolatry, which, notwithstanding repeated prohibitions, examples, and judgments, was still the prevailing crime of the Israelites. The passage alluded to is in Deuteronomy 18:10-2. There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. Similar denunciations occur in the 19th and 20th chapters of Leviticus. In like manner, it is a charge against Manasseh, 2 Chronicles 38, that he caused his children to pass through the fire, observed times, used enchantments and witchcraft, and dealt with familiar spirits and with wizards. These passages seem to concur with the former in classing witchcraft among other desertions of the prophets of the deity, in order to obtain responses by the superstitious practices of the pagan nations around them. To understand the texts otherwise seems to confound the modern system of witchcraft, with all its unnatural and improbable outrages on common sense, with the crime of the person who, in classical days, consulted the oracle of Apollo, a capital offense in a Jew, but surely a venial sin in an ignorant and deluded pagan. To illustrate the nature of the Hebrew witch and her prohibited criminal traffic, those who have written on this subject have naturally dwelt upon the interview between Saul and the witch of Endor, the only detailed and particular account of such a transaction which is to be found in the Bible, a fact, by the way, which proves that the crime of witchcraft, capitally punished as it was when discovered, was not frequent among the chosen people, who enjoyed such peculiar manifestations of the Almighty's presence. The Scriptures seem only to have conveyed to us the general fact, being what is chiefly edifying, of the interview between the witch and the king of Israel. They inform us that Saul, disheartened and discouraged by the general defection of his subjects, and the consciousness of his own unworthy and ungrateful disobedience, despairing of obtaining an answer from the offended deity, who had previously communicated with him through his prophets, at length resolved in his desperation to go to a divining woman, by which course he involved himself in the crime of the person whom he thus consulted, against whom the law denounced death, a sentence which had been often executed by Saul himself on similar offenders. Scripture proceeds to give us the general information that the king directed the witch to call up the spirit of Samuel, and that the female exclaimed that gods had arisen out of the earth, that Saul, more particularly requiring a description of the apparition, whom consequently he did not himself see, she described it as the figure of an old man with a mantle. In this figure the king acknowledges the resemblance of Samuel, and sinking on his face, hears from the apparition, speaking in the character of the prophet, the melancholy prediction of his own defeat and death. In this description, though all is told which is necessary to convey to us an awful moral lesson, yet we are left ignorant of the minutiae attending the apparition, which perhaps we ought to accept as a sure sign that there was no utility in our being made acquainted with them. It is impossible, for instance, to know with certainty whether Saul was present when the woman used her conjuration, or whether he himself personally ever saw the appearance which the pythoness described to him. It is left still more doubtful whether anything supernatural was actually evoked, or whether the pythoness and her assistant meant to practice a mere deception, taking their chance to prophesy the defeat and death of the broken-spirited king as an event which the circumstances in which he was placed rendered highly probable, since he was surrounded by a superior army of Philistines, and his character as a soldier rendered it likely that he would not survive a defeat which must involve the loss of his kingdom. On the other hand, admitting that the apparition had really a supernatural character, it remains equally uncertain what was its nature, or by what power it was compelled to an appearance, unpleasing as it intimated, since the supposed spirit of Samuel asks wherefore he was disquieted in the grave. Was the power of the witch over the invisible world so great that, like the Erichtho of the heathen poet, she could disturb the sleep of the just, and especially that of a prophet so important as Samuel? And are we to suppose that he, upon whom the Spirit of the Lord was wont to descend, even while he was clothed with frail mortality, should be subject to be disquieted in his grave at the voice of a vile witch, and the command of an apostate prince? Did the true deity refuse Saul the response of his prophets? And could a witch compel the actual spirit of Samuel to make answer notwithstanding? Embarrassed by such difficulties, another course of explanation has been resorted to, which, freed from some of the objections which attend the two extreme suppositions, is yet liable to others. It has been supposed that something took place upon this remarkable occasion, similar to that which disturbed the preconcerted purpose of the prophet Balaam, and compelled him to exchange his premeditated curses for blessings. According to this hypothesis, the divining woman of Endor was preparing to practice upon Saul those tricks of legerdemain or jugglery by which she imposed upon meaner clients who resorted to her oracle. Or we may conceive that in those days, when the laws of nature were frequently suspended by manifestations of the divine power, some degree of juggling might be permitted between mortals and the spirits of lesser note, in which case we must suppose that the woman really expected or hoped to call up some supernatural appearance. But in either case, this second solution of the story supposes that the will of the Almighty substituted, on that memorable occasion, for the phantasmagoria intended by the witch, the spirit of Samuel in his earthly resemblance, or, if the reader may think this more likely, some good being, the messenger of the divine pleasure, in the likeness of the departed prophet, and, to the surprise of the Pythoness herself, exchanged the juggling farce of sheer deceit or petty sorcery which she had intended to produce for a deep tragedy, capable of appalling the heart of the hardened tyrant, and furnishing an awful lesson to future times. This exposition has the advantage of explaining the surprise expressed by the witch at the unexpected consequences of her own invocation, while it removes the objection of supposing the spirit of Samuel subject to her influence. It does not apply so well to the complaint of Samuel that he was disquieted, since neither the prophet nor any good angel wearing his likeness could be supposed to complain of an apparition which took place in obedience to the direct command of the Deity. If, however, the phrase is understood not as a murmuring against the pleasure of Providence, but as a reproach to the prophet's former friend Saul, that his sins and discontents, which were the ultimate cause of Samuel's appearance, had withdrawn the prophet for a space from the enjoyment and repose of heaven, to review this miserable spot of mortality, guilt, grief, and misfortune, the words may, according to that interpretation, wear no stronger sense of complaint than might become the spirit of a just man made perfect, or any benevolent angel by whom he might be represented. It may be observed that in Ecclesiasticus 46:19-20, the opinion of Samuel's actual appearance is adopted, since it is said of this man of God that after death he prophesied and showed the king his latter end. Leaving the further discussion of this dark and difficult question to those whose studies have qualified them to give judgment on so obscure a subject, it so far appears that the witch of Endor was not a being such as those believed in by our ancestors, who could transform themselves and others into the appearance of the lower animals, raise and allay tempests, frequent the company and join the revels of evil spirits, and by their counsel and assistance destroy human lives, and waste the fruits of the earth, or perform feats of such magnitude as to alter the face of nature. The witch of Endor was a mere fortune teller, to whom, in despair of all aid or answer from the Almighty, the unfortunate king of Israel had recourse in his despair, and by whom, in some way or other, he obtained the awful certainty of his own defeat and death. She was liable, indeed, deservedly, to the punishment of death for intruding herself upon the task of the real prophets, by whom the will of God was at that time regularly made known. But her existence and her crimes can go no length to prove the possibility that another class of witches, no otherwise resembling her than as called by the same name, either existed at a more recent period, or were liable to the same capital punishment for a very different and much more doubtful class of offences, which, however odious, are nevertheless to be proved possible before they can be received as a criminal charge. Whatever may be thought of other occasional expressions in the Old Testament, it cannot be said that in any part of that sacred volume a text occurs indicating the existence of a system of witchcraft under the Jewish dispensation, in any respect similar to that against which the law books of so many European nations have, till very lately, denounced punishment. Far less under the Christian dispensation, a system under which the emancipation of the human race from the Levitical law was happily and miraculously perfected. This latter crime is supposed to infer a compact implying reverence and adoration on the part of the witch, who comes under the fatal bond, and patronage, support, and assistance on the part of the diabolical patron. Indeed, in the four Gospels the word under any sense does not occur, although had the possibility of so enormous a sin been admitted, it was not likely to escape the warning censure of the divine person who came to take away the sins of the world. St. Paul, indeed, mentions the sin of witchcraft in a cursory manner as superior in guilt to that of ingratitude, and in the offences of the flesh it is ranked immediately after idolatry, which juxtaposition inclines us to believe that the witchcraft mentioned by the apostle must have been analogous to that of the Old Testament, and equivalent to resorting to the assistance of soothsayers or similar forbidden arts to acquire knowledge of toturity. Sorcerers are also joined with other criminals in the book of Revelations as excluded from the city of God, and with these occasional notices which indicate that there was a transgression so called, but leave us ignorant of its exact nature, the writers upon witchcraft attempt to wring out of the New Testament proofs of a crime in itself so disgustingly improbable. Neither do the exploits of Elymas, called the sorcerer, or Simon, called Magus, or the magician, entitle them to rank above the class of impostors who assume a character to which they had no real title, and put their own mystical and ridiculous pretensions to supernatural power in competition with those who had been conferred on purpose to diffuse the gospel, and facilitate its reception by the exhibition of genuine miracles. It is clear that from his presumptuous and profane proposal to acquire by purchase a portion of those powers which were directly derived from inspiration, Simon Magus displayed a degree of profane and brutal ignorance inconsistent with his possessing even the intelligence of a skilful impostor, and it is plain that a leagued vassal of hell, should we pronounce him such, would have better known his own rank and condition compared to that of the apostles, than to have made a fruitless and unavailing proposal by which he could only expose his own impudence and ignorance. With this observation, we may conclude our brief remarks upon witchcraft, as the word occurs in the Scripture, and it now only remains to mention the nature of the demonology, which, as gathered from the sacred volumes, every Christian believer is bound to receive as a thing declared and proved to be true. And in the first place, no man can read the Bible or call himself a Christian without believing that, during the course of time comprehended by the divine writers, the Deity, to confirm the faith of the Jews and to overcome and confound the pride of the heathens, wrought in the land many great miracles, using either good spirits, the instruments of his pleasure, or fallen angels, the permitted agents of such evil as it was his will should be inflicted upon or suffered by the children of men. This proposition comprehends, of course, the acknowledgment of the truth of miracles during this early period, by which the ordinary laws of nature were occasionally suspended, and recognizes the existence in the spiritual world of the two grand divisions of angels and devils, severally exercising their powers according to the commission or permission of the ruler of the universe. Secondly, wise men have thought and argued that the idols of the heathen were actually fiends, or rather that these enemies of mankind had power to assume the shape and appearance of those feeble deities, and to give a certain degree of countenance to the faith of the worshippers by working seeming miracles, and returning, by their priests or their oracles, responses which paltered in a double sense with the deluded persons who consulted them. Most of the fathers of the Christian Church have intimated such an opinion. This doctrine has the advantage of affording, to a certain extent, a confirmation of many miracles related in pagan or classical history, which are thus ascribed to the agency of evil spirits. It corresponds also with the texts of Scripture which declare that the gods of the heathen are all devils and evil spirits, and the idols of Egypt are classed, as in Isaiah chapter 19, verse 2, with charmers, those who have familiar spirits, and with wizards. But whatever license it may be supposed was permitted to the evil spirits of that period, and although undoubtedly men owned the sway of deities who were, in fact, but personifications of certain evil passions of humanity, as, for example, in their sacrifices to Venus, to Bacchus, to Mars, etc., and therefore might be said, in one sense, to worship evil spirits, we cannot, in reason, suppose that every one, or the 1,000th part of the innumerable idols worshipped among the heathen, was endowed with supernatural power. It is clear that the greater number fell under the description applied to them in another passage of Scripture, in which the part of the tree burned in the fire for domestic purposes is treated as of the same power and estimation as that carved into an image, and preferred for Gentile homage. This striking passage, in which the impotence of the senseless block and the brutish ignorance of the worshipper, whose object of adoration is the work of his own hands, occurs in the 44th chapter of the prophecies of Isaiah, verse 10 et seq. The precise words of the text, as well as common sense, forbid us to believe that the images so constructed by common artisans became the habitation or resting place of demons, or possessed any manifestation of strength or power, whether through demoniacal influence or otherwise. The whole system of doubt, delusion, and trick exhibited by the oracles savors of the mean juggling of impostors, rather than the audacious intervention of demons. Whatever degree of power the false gods of heathendom or devils in their name might be permitted occasionally to exert, was unquestionably under the general restraint and limitation of Providence; and though, on the one hand, we cannot deny the possibility of such permission being granted in cases unknown to us, it is certain, on the other, that the Scriptures mention no one specific instance of such influence expressly recommended to our belief. Thirdly, as the backsliders among the Jews repeatedly fell off to the worship of the idols of the neighboring heathens, so they also resorted to the use of charms and enchantments, founded on a superstitious perversion of their own Levitical ritual, in which they endeavored by sortilege, by teraphim, by observation of augury, or the flight of birds, which they called nahas, by the means of Urim and Thummim, to find, as it were, a by-road to the secrets of futurity. But for the same reason that withholds us from delivering any opinion upon the degree to which the devil and his angels might be allowed to countenance the imposition of the heathen priesthood, it is impossible for us conclusively to pronounce what effect might be permitted by supreme Providence to the ministry of such evil spirits as presided over, and, so far as they had liberty, directed these sinful enquiries among the Jews themselves. We are indeed assured from the sacred writings that the promise of the Deity to his chosen people, if they conducted themselves agreeably to the law which he had given, was that the communication with the invisible world would be enlarged, so that in the fullness of his time he would pour out his Spirit upon all flesh, when their sons and daughters should prophesy, their old men see visions, and their young men dream dreams. Such were the promises delivered to the Israelites by Joel, Ezekiel, and other holy seers, of which St. Peter, in the 2nd chapter of the Acts of the Apostles, hails the fulfillment in the mission of our Savior. And on the other hand, it is no less evident that the Almighty, to punish the disobedience of the Jews, abandoned them to their own fallacious desires, and suffered them to be deceived by the lying oracles, to which, in flagrant violation of his commands, they had recourse. Of this the punishment arising from the Deity abandoning Ahab to his own devices, and suffering him to be deceived by a lying spirit, forms a striking instance. Fourthly, and on the other hand, abstaining with reverence from accounting ourselves judges of the actions of Omnipotence, we may safely conclude that it was not his pleasure to employ in the execution of his judgments the consequences of any such species of league or compact between devils and deluded mortals, as that denounced in the laws of our own ancestors under the name of witchcraft. What had been translated by that word seems little more than the art of a medicator of poisons, combined with that of a pythoness or false prophetess, a crime, however, of a capital nature by the Levitical law, since in the first capacity it implied great enmity to mankind, and in the second, direct treason to the divine legislator. The book of Tobit contains, indeed, a passage resembling more an incident in an Arabian tale or Gothic romance than a part of inspired writing. In this, the fumes produced by broiling the liver of a certain fish are described as having power to drive away an evil genius, who guards the nuptial chamber of an Assyrian princess, and who has strangled 7 bridegrooms in succession as they approached the nuptial couch. But the romantic and fabulous strain of this legend has induced the fathers of all Protestant churches to deny it a place amongst the writings sanctioned by divine origin, and we may therefore be excused from entering into discussion on such imperfect evidence. Lastly, in considering the incalculable change which took place upon the advent of our Saviour and the announcement of his law, we may observe that, according to many wise and learned men, his mere appearance upon earth, without awaiting the fulfilment of his mission, operated as an act of banishment of such heathen deities as had hitherto been suffered to deliver oracles, and ape in some degree the attributes of the deity. Milton has, in the Paradise Lost, it may be upon conviction of its truth, embraced the theory which identifies the followers of Satan with the gods of the heathen, and in a tone of poetry almost unequalled even in his own splendid writings, he thus describes, in one of his earlier pieces, the departure of these pretended deities on the eve of the blessed Nativity. The oracles are dumb, no voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof in words deceiving. Apollo from his shrine can no more divine, with hollow shriek the steep of Delphos leaving. No night trance or breathed spell inspires the pale-eyed priests from the prophetic cell. The lonely mountains over, and the resounding shore, a voice of weeping heard, and loud lament, from haunted spring and dale, edged with poplar pale, the parting genius is with sighing sent, with flower enwoven tresses torn, the nymphs in twilight shade of tangled thickets mourn. In consecrated earth, and on the holy hearth, the lars and lemurs moan with midnight plaint. In urns and altars round, a drear and dying sound affrights the flamens at their service quaint, and the chill marble seems to sweat, while each peculiar power forgoes his wonted seat. Peor and Balaam forsake their temples dim, with that twice battered god of Palestine, and mooned Astaroth, heaven's queen and mother both, now sits not girth with taper's holy shrine. The Libyc Hammon shrinks his horn. In vain the Tyrian maids their wounded Thamus mourn, and sullen Moloch, fled, hath left in shadows dread his burning idol all of darkest hue. In vain with cymbals ring they call the grisly king, in dismal dance about the furnace blue. The brutish gods of Nile as fast, Isis and Orus, and the dog Anubis, haste. The quotation is a long one, but it is scarcely possible to shorten what is so beautiful and interesting a description of the heathen deities, whether in the classic personifications of Greece, the horrible shapes worshipped by mere barbarians, or the hieroglyphical enormities of the Egyptian mythology. The idea of identifying the pagan deities, especially the most distinguished of them, with the manifestation of demoniac power, and concluding that the descent of our Saviour struck them with silence, so nobly expressed in the poetry of Milton, is not certainly to be lightly rejected. It has been asserted in simple prose by authorities of no mean weight, nor does there appear anything inconsistent in the faith of those who, believing that, in the elder time, fiends and demons were permitted an enlarged degree of power in uttering predictions, may also give credit to the proposition that at the divine advent that power was restrained, the oracles silenced, and those demons who had aped the divinity of the place were driven from their abode on earth, honored as it was by a guest so awful. It must be noticed, however, that this great event had not the same effect on that peculiar class of fiends who were permitted to vex mortals by the alienation of their minds and the abuse of their persons, in the case of what is called demoniacal possession. In what exact sense we should understand this word possession, it is impossible to discover, but we feel it impossible to doubt, notwithstanding learned authorities to the contrary, that it was a dreadful disorder of a kind not merely natural, and may be pretty well assured that it was suffered to continue after the incarnation, because the miracles effected by our Saviour and his apostles in curing those tormented in this way afforded the most direct proofs of his divine mission, even out of the very mouths of those ejected fiends, the most malignant enemies of a power to which they dared not refuse homage and obedience. And here is an additional proof that witchcraft, in its ordinary and popular sense, was unknown at that period. Although cases of possession are repeatedly mentioned in the Gospels and Acts of the Apostles, yet in no one instance do the devils ejected mention a witch or sorcerer, or plead the commands of such a person as the cause of occupying or tormenting the victim, whereas in a great proportion of those melancholy cases of witchcraft with which the records of later times abound, the stress of the evidence is rested on the declaration of the possessed or the demon within him, that some old man or woman in the neighborhood had compelled the fiend to be the instrument of evil. It must be admitted that in another most remarkable respect, the power of the enemy of mankind was rather enlarged than bridled or restrained, in consequence of the Saviour coming upon earth. It is indisputable that in order that Jesus might have his share in every species of delusion and persecution which the fallen race of Adam is heir to, he personally suffered the temptation in the wilderness at the hand of Satan, whom, without resorting to his divine power, he drove, confuted, silenced, and shamed from his presence. But it appears that although Satan was allowed, upon this memorable occasion, to come on earth with great power, the permission was given expressly because his time was short. The indulgence which was then granted to him in a case so unique and peculiar soon passed over and was utterly restrained. It is evident that, after the lapse of the period during which it pleased the Almighty to establish his own church by miraculous displays of power, it could not consist with his kindness and wisdom to leave the enemy in the possession of the privilege of deluding men by imaginary miracles calculated for the perversion of that faith which real miracles were no longer present to support. There would, we presume to say, be a shocking inconsistency in supposing that false and deceitful prophecies and portents should be freely circulated by any demoniacal influence, deceiving men's bodily organs, abusing their minds, and perverting their faith, while the true religion was left by its great author devoid of every supernatural sign and token which, in the time of its founder and his immediate disciples, attested and celebrated their inappreciable mission. Such a permission on the part of the Supreme Being would be, to speak under the deepest reverence, an abandonment of his chosen people, ransomed at such a price to the snares of an enemy from whom the worst evils were to be apprehended. Nor would it consist with the remarkable promise in Holy Writ, that God will not suffer his people to be tempted above what they are able to bear. 1 Corinthians 10:13. The fathers of the faith are not strictly agreed at what period the miraculous power was withdrawn from the Church, but few Protestants are disposed to bring it down beneath the accession of Constantine, when the Christian religion was fully established in supremacy. The Roman Catholics, indeed, boldly affirm that the power of miraculous interference with the course of nature is still in being, but the enlightenment even of this faith, though they dare not deny a fundamental tenet of their church, will hardly assent to any particular case, without nearly the same evidence which might conquer the incredulity of their neighbors, the Protestants. It is alike inconsistent with the common sense of either that fiends should be permitted to work marvels which are no longer exhibited on the part of heaven or in behalf of religion. It will be observed that we have not been anxious to decide upon the limits of probability on this question. It is not necessary for us to ascertain in what degree the power of Satan was at liberty to display itself during the Jewish dispensation, or down to what precise period in the history of the Christian Church cures of demoniacal possession or similar displays of miraculous power may have occurred. We have avoided controversy on that head because it comprehends questions not more doubtful than unedifying. Little benefit could arise from attaining the exact knowledge of the manner in which the apostate Jews practiced unlawful charms or auguries. After their conquest and dispersion, they were remarked among the Romans for such superstitious practices and the like, for what we know may continue to linger among the benighted wanderers of their race at the present day. But all these things are extraneous to our inquiry, the purpose of which was to discover whether any real evidence could be derived from sacred history to prove the early existence of that branch of demonology which has been the object in comparatively modern times of criminal prosecution and capital punishment. We have already alluded to this as the contract of witchcraft, in which, as the term was understood in the Middle Ages, the demon and the witch or wizard combined their various powers of doing harm to inflict calamities upon the person and property, the fortune and the fame of innocent human beings, imposing the most horrible diseases and death itself as marks of their slightest ill will, transforming their own persons and those of others at their pleasure, raising tempests to ravage the crops of their enemies, or carrying them home to their own garners, annihilating or transferring to their own dairies the produce of herds, spreading pestilence among cattle, infecting and blighting children, and, in a word, doing more evil than the heart of man might be supposed capable of conceiving, by means far beyond mere human power to accomplish. If it could be supposed that such unnatural leagues existed, and that there were wretches wicked enough, merely for the gratification of malignant spite, or the enjoyment of some beastly revelry, to become the wretched slaves of infernal spirits, most just and equitable would be those laws which cut them off from the midst of every Christian commonwealth. But it is still more just and equitable, before punishment be inflicted for any crime, to prove that there is a possibility of that crime being committed. We have therefore advanced an important step in our enquiry, when we have ascertained that the witch of the Old Testament was not capable of anything beyond the administration of baleful drugs or the practicing of paltry imposture. In other words, that she did not hold the character ascribed to a modern sorceress. We have thus removed out of the argument the startling objection that, in denying the existence of witchcraft, we deny the possibility of a crime which was declared capital in the Mosaic law, and are left at full liberty to adopt the opinion that the more modern system of witchcraft was a part, and by no means the least gross, of that mass of errors which appeared among the members of the Christian Church, when their religion, becoming gradually corrupted by the devices of men and the barbarism of those nations among whom it was spread, showed a light indeed, but one deeply tinged with the remains of that very pagan ignorance which its divine founder came to dispel. We will, in a future part of this enquiry, endeavor to show that many of the particular articles of the popular belief respecting magic and witchcraft were derived from the opinions which the ancient heathens entertained as part of their religion. To recommend them, however, they had principles lying deep in the human mind and heart of all times. The tendency to believe in supernatural agencies is natural, and indeed seems connected with and deduced from the invaluable conviction of the certainty of a future state. Moreover, it is very possible that particular stories of this class may have seemed undeniable in the Dark Ages, though our better instructed period can explain them in a satisfactory manner by the excited temperament of spectators, or the influence of delusions produced by derangement of the intellect, or imperfect reports of the external senses. They obtained, however, universal faith and credit, and the churchmen, either from craft or from ignorance, favored the progress of a belief which certainly contributed in a most powerful manner to extend their own authority over the human mind. To pass from the pagans of antiquity, the Mohammedans, though their profession of faith is exclusively Unitarian, were accounted worshippers of evil spirits, who were supposed to aid them in their continual warfare against the Christians, or to protect and defend them in the Holy Land, where their abode gave so much scandal and offence to the devout. Romance and even history combined in representing all who were out of the pale of the church as the personal vassals of Satan, who played his deceptions openly amongst them, and Mahound, Termagant, and Apollo were, in the opinion of the Western Crusaders, only so many names of the arch fiend and his principal angels. The most enormous fictions spread abroad and believed through Christendom attested the fact that there were open displays of supernatural aid afforded by the evil spirits to the Turks and Saracens, and fictitious reports were not less liberal in assigning to the Christians extraordinary means of defence through the direct protection of blessed saints and angels, or of holy men yet in the flesh. But already anticipating the privileges proper to a state of beatitude and glory, and possessing the power to work miracles. To show the extreme grossness of these legends, we may give an example from the romance of Richard Coeur de Lion, premising at the same time that, like other romances, it was written in what the author designed to be the style of true history, and was addressed to hearers and readers, not as a tale of fiction, but a real narrative of facts, so that the legend is a proof of what the age esteemed credible, and were disposed to believe as much as if had been extracted from a graver chronicle. The renowned Saladin, it is said, had dispatched an embassy to King Richard, with the present of a colt recommended as a gallant war horse, challenging Coeur de Lion to meet him in single combat between the armies, for the purpose of deciding at once their pretensions to the land of Palestine, and the theological question whether the God of the Christians, or Jupiter, the deity of the Saracens, should be the future object of adoration by the subjects of both monarchs. Now, under this seemingly chivalrous defiance was concealed a most unknightly stratagem, and which we may at the same time call a very clumsy trick for the devil to be concerned in. A Saracen clerk had conjured two devils into a mare and her colt, with the instruction that whenever the mare neighed, the foal, which was a brute of uncommon size, should kneel down to suck his dame. The enchanted foal was sent to King Richard in the belief that the foal, obeying the signal of its dam as usual, the Soldan who mounted the mare might get an easy advantage over him. But the English king was warned by an angel in a dream of the intended stratagem, and the colt was, by the celestial mandate, previously to the combat, conjured in the holy name to be obedient to his rider during the encounter. The fiend horse intimated his submission by drooping his head, but his word was not entirely credited. His ears were stopped with wax. In this condition, Richard, armed at all points, and with various marks of his religious faith displayed on his weapons, rode forth to meet Saladin, and the Soldan, confident of his stratagem, encountered him boldly. The mare neighed till she shook the ground for miles around, but the sucking devil, whom the wax prevented from hearing the summons, could not obey the signal. Saladin was dismounted, and narrowly escaped death, while his army were cut to pieces by the Christians. It is but an awkward tale of wonder, where a demon is worsted by a trick which could hardly have cheated a common horse jockey. But by such legends our ancestors were amused and interested, till their belief respecting the demons of the Holy Land seems to have been not very far different from that expressed in the title of Ben Jonson's play, The Devil is an Ass. One of the earliest maps ever published, which appeared at Rome in the 16th century, intimates a similar belief in the connection of the heathen nations of the north of Europe with the demons of the spiritual world. In Esthonia, Lithuania, Courland, and such districts, the chart, for want, it may be supposed, of an accurate account of the country, exhibits rude cuts of the fur-clad natives paying homage at the shrines of demons, who make themselves visibly present to them, while at other places they are displayed as doing battle with the Teutonic Knights, or other military associations formed for the conversion or expulsion of the heathens in these parts. Amid the pagans, armed with scimitars and dressed in caftans, the fiends are painted as assisting them, portrayed in all the modern horrors of the cloven foot, or as the Germans term it, horse's foot, bat wings, saucer eyes, locks like serpents, and tail like a dragon. These attributes, it may be cursorily noticed, themselves intimate the connection of modern demonology with the mythology of the ancients. The cloven foot is the attribute of Pan, to whose talents for inspiring terror we owe the word panic. The snaky tresses are borrowed from the shield of Minerva, and the dragon train alone seems to be connected with the scriptural history. End of Letter 2, Part 1. Letter 2, Part 2 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Other heathen nations whose creeds could not have directly contributed to the system of demonology, because their manners and even their very existence was unknown when it was adopted, were nevertheless involved, so soon as Europeans became acquainted with them, in the same charge of witchcraft and worship of demons brought by the Christians of the Middle Ages against the heathens of northern Europe and the Mohammedans of the East. We learn from the information of a Portuguese voyager that even the native Christians, called those of St. Thomas, whom the discoverers found in India when they first arrived there, fell under suspicion of diabolical practices. It was almost in vain that the priests of one of their chapels produced to the Portuguese officers and soldiers a holy image, and called on them, as good Christians, to adore the Blessed Virgin. The sculptor had been so little acquainted with his art, and the hideous form which he had produced resembled an inhabitant of the infernal regions so much more than Our Lady of Grace, that one of the European officers, while, like his companions, he dropped on his knees, added the loud protest that if the image represented the devil, he paid his homage to the Holy Virgin. In South America, the Spaniards justified the unrelenting cruelties exercised on the unhappy natives by reiterating in all their accounts of the countries which they discovered and conquered, that the Indians in their idol worship were favored by the demons with a direct intercourse, and that their priests inculcated doctrines and rites the foulest and most abhorrent to Christian ears. The great snake god of Mexico and other idols worshipped with human sacrifices and bathed in the gore of their prisoners gave but too much probability to this accusation. And if the images themselves were not actually tenanted by evil spirits, the worship which the Mexicans paid to them was founded upon such deadly cruelty and dark superstition as might easily be believed to have been breathed into mortals by the agency of hell. Even in North America, the first settlers in New England and other parts of that immense continent uniformly agreed that they detected among the inhabitants traces of an intimate connection with Satan. It is scarce necessary to remark that this opinion was founded exclusively upon the tricks practised by the native Powahs, or cunning men, to raise themselves to influence among the chiefs, and to obtain esteem with the people, which possessed as they were professionally of some skill in jugglery and the knowledge of some medical herbs and secrets, the understanding of the colonists was unable to trace to their real source, legerdemain and imposture. By the account, however, of the Reverend Cotton Mather in his Magnalia, Book 6, he does not ascribe to these Indian conjurers any skill greatly superior to a maker of almanacs or common fortune teller. They, says the doctor, universally acknowledged and worshipped many gods, and therefore highly esteemed and reverenced their priests, powahs, or wizards, who were esteemed as having immediate converse with the gods. To them, therefore, they address themselves in all difficult cases. Yet could not all that desired that dignity, as they esteemed it, obtain familiarity with the infernal spirits, nor were all powahs alike successful in their addresses, but they became such either by immediate revelation or in the use of certain rites and ceremonies, which tradition had left as conducing to that end, insomuch that parents, out of zeal, often dedicated their children to the gods, and educated them accordingly, observing a certain diet, debarring sleep, etc. Yet of the many designed, but few obtained their desire, supposing that where the practice of witchcraft has been highly esteemed, there must be the plainest demonstration of mortals having familiarity with infernal spirits. I am willing to let my reader know that not many years since here died one of the powahs, who never pretended to astrological knowledge, yet could precisely inform such who desired his assistance from whence goods stolen from them were gone, and whither carried, with many things of the like nature, nor was he ever known to endeavour to conceal his knowledge to be immediately from a God subservient to him that the English worship. This powah, being by an Englishman worthy of credit, who lately informed me of the same, desired to advise him who had taken certain goods which had been stolen, having formerly been an eye-witness of his ability. The powah, after a little pausing, demanded why he requested that from him, since himself served another God; that therefore he could not help him, but added, "If you can believe that my God may help you, I will try what I can do," which diverted the man from further inquiry. I must a little digress, and tell my reader that this powah's wife was accounted a godly woman, and lived in the practice and profession of the Christian religion, not only by the approbation but encouragement of her husband. She constantly prayed in the family, and attended the public worship on the Lord's days. He declared that he could not blame her, for that she served a God that was above his, but that as to himself, his God's continued kindness obliged him not to forsake his service. It appears from the above and similar passages that Dr. Cotton Mather, an honest and devout, but sufficiently credulous man, had mistaken the purpose of the tolerant powah. The latter only desired to elude the necessity of his practices being brought under the observant eye of an European, while he found an ingenious apology in the admitted superiority, which he naturally conceded to the deity of a people advanced, as he might well conceive, so far above his own in power and attainments, as might reasonably infer a corresponding superiority in the nature and objects of their worship. From another narrative we are entitled to infer that the European wizard was held superior to the native sorcerer of North America. Among the numberless extravagances of the Scottish dissenters of the 17th century, now canonized in a lump by those who viewed them in the general light of enemies to prelacy, was a certain shipmaster called from his size, Mickle John Gibb. This man, a person called Jamie, and one or two other men, besides 20 or 30 females who adhered to them, went the wildest lengths of enthusiasm. Gibb headed a party who followed him into the moorlands, and at the Ford Moss, between Arth and Stirling, burned their Bibles as an act of solemn adherence to their new faith. They were apprehended in consequence, and committed to prison; and the rest of the dissenters, however differently they were affected by the persecution of government when it applied to themselves, were nevertheless much offended that these poor mad people were not brought to capital punishment for their blasphemous extravagances, and imputed it as a fresh crime to the Duke of York, that, though he could not be often accused of toleration, he considered the discipline of the House of Correction as more likely to bring the unfortunate Gibbites to their senses than the more dignified severities of a public trial and the gallows. The Cameronians, however, did their best to correct this scandalous lenity. As Mickle John Gibb, who was their comrade in captivity, used to disturb their worship in jail by his maniac howling, two of them took turn about to hold him down by force, and silence him by a napkin thrust into his mouth. This mode of quieting the unlucky heretic, though sufficiently emphatic, being deemed ineffectual or inconvenient, George Jackson, a Cameronian, who afterwards suffered at the gallows, dashed the maniac with his feet and hands against the wall, and beat him so severely that the rest were afraid that he had killed him outright. After which specimen of fraternal chastisement, the lunatic, to avoid the repetition of the discipline, whenever the prisoners began worship, ran behind the door, and there, with his own napkin crammed into his mouth, sat howling like a chastised cur. But on being finally transported to America, John Gibb, we are assured, was much admired by the heathen for his familiar converse with the devil bodily, and offering sacrifices to him. He died there, says Walker, about the year 1720. We must necessarily infer that the pretensions of the natives to supernatural communication could not be of a high class, since we find them honouring this poor madman as their superior, and in general that the magic or powying of the North American Indians was not of a nature to be much apprehended by the British colonists, since the natives themselves gave honour and precedence to those Europeans who came among them with the character of possessing intercourse with the spirits whom they themselves professed to worship. Notwithstanding this inferiority on the part of the Powas, it occurred to the settlers that the heathen Indians and Roman Catholic Frenchmen were particularly favoured by the demons, who sometimes adopted their appearance, and showed themselves in their likeness, to the great annoyance of the colonists. Thus, in the year 1692, a party of real or imaginary French and Indians exhibited themselves occasionally to the colonists of the town of Gloucester, in the county of Essex, New England, alarmed the country around very greatly, skirmished repeatedly with the English, and caused the raising of 2 regiments, and the dispatching a strong reinforcement to the assistance of the settlement. But as these visitants by whom they were plagued more than a fortnight, though they exchanged fire with the settlers, never killed or scalped any one. The English became convinced that they were not real Indians and Frenchmen, but that the devil and his agents had assumed such an appearance, although seemingly not enabled effectually to support it, for the molestation of the colony. It appears, then, that the ideas of superstition, which the more ignorant converts to the Christian faith borrowed from the wreck of the classic mythology, were so rooted in the minds of their successors, that these found corroboration of their faith in demonology in the practice of every pagan nation whose destiny it was to encounter them as enemies, and that as well within the limits of Europe as in every other part of the globe to which their arms were carried. In a word, it may be safely laid down that the commonly received doctrine of demonology, presenting the same general outlines, though varied according to the fancy of particular nations, existed through all Europe. It seems to have been founded originally on feelings incident to the human heart, or diseases to which the human frame is liable, to have been largely augmented by what classic superstitions survived the ruins of paganism, and to have received new contributions from the opinions collected among the barbarous nations, whether of the East or of the West. It is now necessary to enter more minutely into the question, and endeavour to trace from what especial sources the people of the Middle Ages derived those notions which gradually assumed the shape of a regular system of demonology. End of Letter 2, Part 2. Letter 3 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The creed of Zoroaster, which naturally occurs to unassisted reason as a mode of accounting for the mingled existence of good and evil in the visible world, that belief which, in one modification or another, supposes the coexistence of a benevolent and malevolent principle, which contend together without either being able decisively to prevail over his antagonist, leads the fear and awe deeply impressed on the human mind to the worship as well of the author of evil, so tremendous in all the effects of which credulity accounts him the primary cause, as to that of his great opponent, who is loved and adored as the father of all that is good and bountiful. Nay, such is the timid servility of human nature, that the worshippers will neglect the altars of the author of good rather than that of Arimanus, trusting with indifference to the well-known mercy of the one, while they shrink from the idea of irritating the vengeful jealousy of the awful father of evil. The Celtic tribes, by whom, under various denominations, Europe seems to have been originally peopled, possessed, in common with other savages, a natural tendency to the worship of the evil principle. They did not, perhaps, adore Arimanes under one sole name, or consider the malignant divinities as sufficiently powerful to undertake a direct struggle with the more benevolent gods, yet they thought it worth while to propitiate them by various expiatory rites and prayers, that they and the elementary tempests which they conceived to be under their direct command, might be merciful to suppliants who had acknowledged their power and deprecated their vengeance. Remains of these superstitions might be traced till past the middle of the last century, though fast becoming obsolete or passing into mere popular customs of the country, which the peasantry observe without thinking of their origin. About 1769, when Mr. Pennant made his tour, the ceremony of the Beltane, or 1st of May, though varying in different districts of the Highlands, was yet in strict observance, and the cake, which was then baken with scrupulous attention to certain rites and forms, was divided into fragments, which were formally dedicated to birds or beasts of prey, that they, or rather the being whose agents they were, might spare the flocks and herds. Another custom of similar origin lingered late among us. In many parishes of Scotland there was suffered to exist a certain portion of land called the Goodman's Croft, which was never ploughed or cultivated, but suffered to remain waste, like the temenos of a pagan temple. Though it was not expressly avowed, no one doubted that the Goodman's Croft was set apart for some evil being; in fact, that it was the portion of the arch fiend himself, whom our ancestors distinguished by a name which, while it was generally understood, could not, it was supposed, be offensive to the stern inhabitant of the regions of despair. This was so general a custom that the church published an ordinance against it as an impious and blasphemous usage. This singular custom sunk before the efforts of the clergy in the 17th century, but there must be many alive who, in childhood, had been taught to look with wonder on knolls and patches of ground left uncultivated, because whenever a ploughshare entered the soil, the elementary spirits were supposed to testify their displeasure by storm and thunder. Within our own memory, many such places, sanctified to barrenness by some favourite popular superstition, existed both in Wales and Ireland, as well as in Scotland. But the high price of agricultural produce during the late war renders it doubtful if a veneration for grey-bearded superstition has suffered any one of them to remain undesecrated. For the same reason, the mounts called Sith Bruath were respected, and it was deemed unlawful and dangerous to cut wood, dig earth and stones, or otherwise disturb them. Now, it may at first sight seem strange that the Christian religion should have permitted the existence of such gross and impious relics of heathenism in a land where its doctrines had obtained universal credence. But this will not appear so wonderful when it is recollected that the original Christians under the heathen emperors were called to conversion by the voice of apostles and saints, invested for the purpose with miraculous powers, as well of language, for communicating their doctrine to the Gentiles, as of cures, for the purpose of authenticating their mission. These converts must have been in general such elect persons as were effectually called to make part of the infant church, and when hypocrites ventured, like Ananias and Sapphira, to intrude themselves into so select an association, they were liable, at the divine pleasure, to be detected and punished. On the contrary, the nations who were converted after Christianity had become the religion of the empire were not brought within the pale upon such a principle of selection as when the church consisted of a few individuals who had, upon conviction, exchanged the errors of the pagan religion for the dangers and duties incurred by those who embraced a faith faith, inferring the self-denial of its votaries, and at the same time exposing them to persecution. When the cross became triumphant, and its cause no longer required the direction of inspired men, or the evidence of miracles, to compel reluctant belief, it is evident that the converts who thronged into the fold must have many of them entered because Christianity was the prevailing faith, many because it was the church, the members of which rose most readily to promotion, many, finally, who, though content to resign the worship of pagan divinities, could not at once clear their minds of heathen ritual and heathen observances, which they inconsistently labored to unite with the more simple and majestic faith that disdained such impure union. If this was the case even in the Roman Empire, where the converts to the Christian faith must have found, among the earlier members of the Church, the readiest and the soundest instruction, how much more imperfectly could those foreign and barbarous tribes receive the necessary religious information from some zealous and enthusiastic preacher, who christened them by hundreds in one day? Still less could we imagine them to have acquired a knowledge of Christianity in the genuine and perfect sense of the word, when, as was frequently the case, they only assumed the profession of the religion that had become the choice of some favored chief, whose example they followed in mere love and loyalty, without perhaps attaching more consequence to a change of religion than to a change of garments. Such hasty converts, professing themselves Christians, but neither weaned from their old belief, nor instructed in their new one, entered the sanctuary without laying aside the superstitions with which their young minds had been imbued, and accustomed to a plurality of deities, some of them, who bestowed unusual thought on the matter, might be of opinion that, in adopting the God of the Christians, they had not renounced the service of every inferior power. If indeed the laws of the empire could have been supposed to have had any influence over those fierce barbarians, who conceived that the empire itself lay before them as a spoil, they might have been told that Constantine, taking the offence of alleged magicians and sorcerers in the same light in which it was viewed in the law of Moses, had denounced death against any who used these unlawful enquiries into futurity. Let the unlawful curiosity of prying into futurity, says the law, be silent in every one henceforth for ever. For, subjected to the avenging sword of the law, he shall be punished capitally who disobeys our commands in this matter. If, however, we look more closely into this enactment, we shall be led to conclude that the civil law does not found upon the prohibitions and penalties in Scripture, although it condemns the ars mathematical for the most mystic and uncertain of all sciences, real or pretended, at that time held the title which now distinguishes the most exact, as a damnable art, and utterly interdicted, and declares that the practitioners therein should die by fire as enemies of the human race. Yet the reason of this severe treatment seems to be different from that acted upon in the Mosaical institutions. The weight of the crime among the Jews was placed on the blasphemy of the diviners and their treason against the theocracy instituted by Jehovah. The Roman legislators were, on the other hand, moved chiefly by the danger arising to the person of the prince and the quiet of the state, so apt to be unsettled by every pretence or encouragement to innovation. The reigning emperors, therefore, were desirous to place a check upon the mathematics, as they termed the art of divination, much more for a political than a religious cause, since we observe, in the history of the empire, how often the dethronement or death of the sovereign was produced by conspiracies or mutinies, which took their rise from pretended prophecies. In this mode of viewing the crime, the lawyers of the lower empire acted upon the example of those who had compiled the laws of the 12 Tables. The mistaken and misplaced devotion which Horace recommends to the rural nymph Fidel would have been a crime of deep dye in a Christian convert, and must have subjected him to excommunication as one relapsed to the rites of paganism. But he might indulge his superstition by supposing that, though he must not worship Pan or Ceres as gods, he was at liberty to fear them in their new capacity of fiends, some compromise between the fear and the conscience of the new converts, at a time when the church no longer consisted exclusively of saints, martyrs, and confessors. The disciples of inspired apostles led them, and even their priestly guides, subject like themselves to human passions and errors, to resort as a charm, if not as an act of worship, to those sacrifices, words, and ritual, by which the heathen, whom they had succeeded, pretended to arrest evil or procure benefits. When such belief in a hostile principle and its imaginations was become general in the Roman Empire, the ignorance of its conquerors, those wild nations, Franks, Goths, Vandals, Huns, and similar classes of unrefined humanity, made them prone to an error which there were few judicious preachers to warn them against, and we ought rather to wonder and admire the divine clemency which imparted to so rude nations the light of the gospel, and disposed them to receive a religion so repugnant to their warlike habits, than that they should, at the same time, have adopted many gross superstitions, borrowed from the pagans, or retained numbers of those which had made their own national forms of heathenism. Thus, though the thrones of Jupiter and the superior deities of the heathen pantheon were totally overthrown and broken to pieces, fragments of their worship and many of their rites survived the conversion to Christianity, nay, are in existence even at this late and enlightened period, although those by whom they are practised have not preserved the least memory of their original purpose. We may hastily mention one or two customs of classical origin, in addition to the Beltane and those already noticed, which remain as examples that the manners of the Romans once gave the tone to the greater part of the island of Britain, and at least to the whole which was to the south of the wall of Severus. The following customs still linger in the south of Scotland, and belong to this class. The bride, when she enters the house of her husband, is lifted over the threshold, and to step on it or over it voluntarily is reckoned a bad omen. This custom was universal in Rome, where it was observed as keeping in memory the rape of the Sabines, and that it was by a show of violence towards the females that the object of peopling the city was attained. On the same occasion, a sweet cake, baked for the purpose, is broken above the head of the bride, which is also a rite of classic antiquity. In like manner, the Scottish, even of the better rank, avoid contracting marriage in the month of May, which genial season of flowers and breezes might, in other respects, appear so peculiarly favourable for that purpose. It was specially objected to the marriage of Mary with the profligate Earl of Bothwell, that the union was formed within this interdicted month. This prejudice was so rooted among the Scots, that in 1684 a set of enthusiasts, called Gibbites, proposed to renounce it among a long list of stated festivals, fast days, popish relics, not forgetting the profane names of the days of the week, names of the months, and all sorts of idle and silly practices which their tender consciences took an exception to. This objection to solemnize marriage in the merry month of May, however fit a season for courtship, is also borrowed from the Roman pagans, which, had these fanatics been aware of it, would have been an additional reason for their anathema against the practice. The ancients have given us as a maxim, that it is only bad women who marry in that month. The custom of saying God bless you when a person in company sneezes is in like manner derived from sternutation being considered as a crisis of the plague at Athens, and the hope that when it was attained the patient had a chance of recovery. But besides these and many other customs which the various nations of Europe received from the classical times, and which it is not our object to investigate, they derived from thence a shoal of superstitious beliefs, which blended and mingled with those which they brought with them out of their own country, fostered and formed the materials of a demonological creed which has descended down almost to our own times. Nixus or Nixa, a river or ocean god, worshipped on the shores of the Baltic, seems to have taken uncontested possession of the attributes of Neptune. Amid the twilight winters and overpowering tempests of these gloomy regions, he had been not unnaturally chosen as the power most adverse to man, and the supernatural character with which he was invested has descended to our time under two different aspects. The Nixa of the Germans is one of those fascinating and lovely fays whom the ancients termed Naiads, and unless her pride is insulted or her jealousy awakened by an inconstant lover, her temper is generally mild and her actions beneficent. The old Nick known in England is an equally genuine descendant of the northern sea god, and possesses a larger portion of his powers and terrors. The British sailor, who fears nothing else, confesses his terror for this terrible being, and believes him the author of almost all the various calamities to which the precarious life of a seaman is so continually exposed. The Barghest or Bargeist, by which name it is generally acknowledged through various country parts of England, and particularly in Yorkshire, also called a Doby, a local spectre which haunts a particular spot under various forms, is a deity, as his name implies, of Teutonic descent; and if it be true, as the author has been informed, that some families bearing the name of Doby carry a phantom or spectre passant in their armorial bearings, it plainly implies that, however the word may have been selected for a proper name, its original derivation had not then been forgotten. The classic mythology presented numerous points in which it readily coalesced with that of the Germans, Danes, and Northmen of a later period. They recognized the power of Erichtho, Canidia, and other sorceresses, whose spell could perplex the course of the elements, intercept the influence of the sun, and prevent his beneficial operation upon the fruits of the earth, call down the moon from her appointed sphere, and disturb the original and destined course of nature by their words and charms, and the power of the evil spirits whom they invoked. They were also professionally implicated in all such mystic and secret rites and ceremonies as were used to conciliate the favour of the infernal powers, whose dispositions were supposed as dark and wayward as their realms were gloomy and dismal. Such hags were frequent agents in the violation of unburied bodies, and it was believed, by the vulgar at least, that it was dangerous to leave corpses unguarded, lest they should be mangled by the witches, who took from them the most choice ingredients composing their charms. Above all, it must not be forgotten that these frightful sorceresses possessed the power of transforming themselves and others into animals, which are used in their degree of quadrupeds, or in whatever other laborious occupation belongs to the transformed state. The poets of the heathens, with authors of fiction, such as Lucian and Apuleius, ascribe all these powers to the witches of the pagan world, combining them with the art of poisoning and of making magical philters to seduce the affections of the young and beautiful; and such were the characteristics which, in greater or less extent, the people of the Middle Ages ascribed to the witches of their day. But in thus adopting the superstitions of the ancients, the conquerors of the Roman Empire combined them with similar articles of belief which they had brought with them from their original settlements in the north, where the existence of hags of the same character formed a great feature in their sagas and their chronicles. It requires but a slight acquaintance with these compositions to enable the reader to recognize in the Galdacina of the Skalds the Striga or witch woman of more classical climates. In the northern ideas of witches there were no irreligion concerned with their lore. On the contrary, the possession of magical knowledge was an especial attribute of Odin himself, and to intrude themselves upon a deity and compel him to instruct them in what they desired to know was accounted not an act of impiety, but of gallantry and high courage among those sons of the sword and the spear. Their matrons possessed a high reputation for magic, for prophetic powers, for creating illusions, and if not capable of transformations of the human body, they were at least able to impose such fascination on the sight of their enemies as to conceal for a period the objects of which they were in search. There is a remarkable story in the Erbigia Saga Historia Iranorum, giving the result of such a controversy between two of these gifted women, one of whom was determined on discovering and putting to death the son of the other, named Katla, who in a brawl had cut off the hand of the daughter-in-law of Gerada. A party detached to avenge this wrong by putting Odo to death, returned deceived by the skill of his mother. They had found only Katla, they said, spinning flax from a large distaff. "Fools," said Gerada, "that distaff was the man you sought." They returned, seized the distaff, and burnt it. But this second time the witch disguised her son under the appearance of a tame kid. A third time he was a hog, which grovelled among the ashes. The party returned yet again, augmented as one of Katla's maidens, who kept watch, informed her mistress by one in a blue mantle. "Alas," said Katla, "it is the sorceress Gerada, against whom spells avail not." Accordingly, the hostile party, entering for the fourth time, seized on the object of their animosity, and put him to death. This species of witchcraft is well known in Scotland as the glamour or deceptio vices, and was supposed to be a special attribute of the race of gipsies. Neither are those prophetesses to be forgotten, so much honored among the German tribes, that, as we are assured by Tacitus, they rose to the highest rank in their councils by their supposed supernatural knowledge, and even obtained a share in the direction of their armies. This peculiarity in the habits of the North was so general, that it was no unusual thing to see females, from respect to their supposed views into futurity, and the degree of divine inspiration which was vouchsafed to them, arise to the degree of Haxa, or chief priestess, from which comes the word Hexa, now universally used for a witch, a circumstance which plainly shows that the mythological system of the ancient natives of the North had given to the modern language an appropriate word for distinguishing those females who had intercourse with the spiritual world. It is undeniable that these Pythonesses were held in high respect while the pagan religion lasted, but for that very reason they became odious so soon as the tribe was converted to Christianity. They were, of course, if they pretended to retain their influence, either despised as impostors or feared as sorceresses, and the more that, in particular instances, they became dreaded for their power, the more they were detested under the conviction that they derived it from the enemy of man. The deities of the northern heathens underwent a similar metamorphosis, resembling that proposed by Drachenser in the Rehearsal, who threatens to make a god subscribe himself a devil. The warriors of the North received this new impression concerning the influence of their deities, and the source from which it was derived, with the more indifference, as their worship, when their mythology was most generally established, was never of a very reverential or devotional character. Their idea of their own merely human prowess was so high, that the champions made it their boast, as we have already hinted, they would not give way in fight even to the immortal gods themselves. Such, we learn from Caesar, was the idea of the Germans concerning the Suevi, or Swabians, a tribe to whom the others yielded the palm of valor, and many individual stories are told in the sagas concerning bold champions, who had fought not only with the sorcerers, but with the demigods of the system, and come off unharmed, if not victorious, in the contest. Hother, for example, encountered the god Thor in battle, as Diomede, in the Iliad, engages with Mars, and with like success. Bartholocene gives us repeated examples of the same kind. Know this, said Kiartan to Olaus Trigason, that I believe neither in idols nor demons. I have travelled through various strange countries, and have encountered many giants and monsters, and have never been conquered by them. I therefore put my sole trust in my own strength of body and courage of soul. Another yet more broad answer was made to Saint Olaus, King of Norway, by Gokkator. I am neither pagan nor Christian. My comrades and I profess no other religion than a perfect confidence in our own strength and invincibility in battle. Such chieftains were of the sect of Mezentius. Dextra mihi Deus et tellum, quod missile libro, nunc ad sint. And we cannot wonder that champions of such a character, careless of their gods, while yet acknowledged as such, readily regarded them as demons after their conversion to Christianity. To incur the highest extremity of danger became accounted a proof of that insuperable valor for which every Northman desired to be famed, and their annals afford numerous instances of encounters with ghosts, witches, furies, and fiends, whom the Ciempe, or champions, compelled to submit to their mere mortal strength, and yield to their service the weapons or other treasures which they guarded in their tombs. The Norsemen were the more prone to these superstitions, because it was a favourite fancy of theirs that in many instances the change from life to death altered the temper of the human spirit from benignant to malevolent, or perhaps that when the soul left the body, its departure was occasionally supplied by a wicked demon, who took the opportunity to enter and occupy its late habitation. Upon such a supposition, the wild fiction that follows is probably grounded, which, extravagant as it is, possesses something striking to the imagination. Saxo Grammaticus tells us of the fame of two Norse princes, or chiefs, who had formed what was called a brotherhood in arms, implying not only the firmest friendship and constant support during all the adventures which they should undertake in life, but binding them by a solemn compact, that after the death of either, the survivor should descend alive into the sepulchre of his brother in arms, and consent to be buried alongst with him. The task of fulfilling this dreadful compact fell upon Asmund, his companion, Aswate having been slain in battle. The tomb was formed after the ancient northern custom in what was called the Age of Hills, that is, when it was usual to bury persons of distinguished merit or rank on some conspicuous spot, which was crowned with a mound. With this purpose a deep narrow vault was constructed, to be the apartment of the future tomb, over which the sepulchral heap was to be piled. Here they deposited arms, trophies, poured forth, perhaps, the blood of victims, introduced into the tomb the war horses of the champions, and when these rites had been duly paid, the body of Aswad was placed in the dark and narrow house, while his faithful brother in arms entered and sat down by the corpse without a word or look which testified regret or unwillingness to fulfill his fearful engagement. The soldiers who had witnessed this singular interment of the dead and living rolled a huge stone to the mouth of the tomb, and piled so much earth and stones above the spot as made a mound visible from a great distance, and then, with loud lamentation for the loss of such undaunted leaders, they dispersed themselves like a flock which has lost its shepherd. Years passed away after years, and a century had elapsed ere a noble Swedish rover, bound upon some high adventure, and supported by a gallant band of followers, arrived in the valley which took its name from the tomb of the brethren in arms. The story was told to the strangers, whose leader determined on opening the sepulchre, partly because, as already hinted, it was reckoned a heroic action to brave the anger of departed heroes by violating their tombs, partly to attain the arms and swords of proof with which the deceased had done their great actions. He set his soldiers to work, and soon removed the earth and stones from one side of the mound, and laid bare the entrance. But the stoutest of the rovers started back when, instead of the silence of a tomb, they heard within horrid cries, the clash of swords, the clang of armour, and all the noise of a mortal combat between two furious champions. A young warrior was let down into the profound tomb by a cord, which was drawn up shortly after, in hopes of news from beneath. But when the adventurer descended, some one threw him from the cord, and took his place in the noose. When the rope was pulled up, the soldiers, instead of their companion, beheld Esmond, the survivor of the brethren in arms. He rushed into the open air, his sword drawn in his hand, his armour half torn from his body, the left side of his face almost scratched off, as by the talons of some wild beast. He had no sooner appeared in the light of day than, with the improvisatory poetic talent which these champions often united with heroic strength and bravery, he poured forth a string of verses containing the history of his 100 years' conflict within the tomb. It seems that no sooner was the sepulchre closed than the corpse of the slain Assuet arose from the ground, inspired by some ravenous ghoul, and having first torn to pieces and devoured the horses which had been entombed with them, threw himself upon the companion who had just given him such a sign of devoted friendship, in order to treat him in the same manner. The hero, no way discountenanced by the horrors of his situation, took to his arms, and defended himself manfully against Assuet, or rather against the evil demon who tenanted that champion's body. In this manner the living brother waged a preternatural combat, which had endured during a whole century, when Esmond, at last obtaining the victory, prostrated his enemy, and by driving, as he boasted, a stake through his body, had finally reduced him to the state of quiet becoming a tenant of the tomb. Having chanted the triumphant account of his contest and victory, this mangled conqueror fell dead before them. The body of Assuet was taken out of the tomb, burnt, and the ashes dispersed to heaven, whilst that of the victor, now lifeless and without a companion, was deposited there, so that it was hoped his slumbers might remain undisturbed. The precautions taken against Assuet's reviving a second time remind us of those adopted in the Greek islands and in the Turkish provinces against the vampire. It affords also a derivation of the ancient English law in case of suicide, when a stake was driven through the body, originally to keep it secure in the tomb. The northern people also acknowledged a kind of ghosts, who, when they had obtained possession of a building, or the right of haunting it, did not defend themselves against mortals on the knightly principle of duel, like Assuet, nor were amenable to the prayers of the priest or the spells of the sorcerer, but became tractable when properly convened in a legal process. The Eyrbyggia saga acquaints us that the mansion of a respectable landholder in Iceland was, soon after the settlement of that island, exposed to a persecution of this kind. The molestation was produced by the concurrence of certain mystical and spectral phenomena, calculated to introduce such persecution. About the commencement of winter, with that slight exchange of darkness and twilight which constitutes night and day in these latitudes, a contagious disease arose in a family of consequence, and in the neighbourhood, which, sweeping off several members of the family at different times, seemed to threaten them all with death. But the death of these persons was attended with the singular consequence that their spectres were seen to wander in the neighbourhood of the mansion house, terrifying and even assaulting those of the living family who ventured abroad. As the number of the dead members of the devoted household seemed to increase in proportion to that of the survivors, the ghosts took it upon them to enter the house and produce their aerial forms and wasted physiognomy, even in the stove where the fire was maintained for the general use of the inhabitants, and which in an Iceland winter is the only comfortable place of assembling the family. But the remaining inhabitants of the place, terrified by the intrusion of these spectres, chose rather to withdraw to the other extremity of the house, and abandon their warm seats, than to endure the neighbourhood of the phantoms. Complaints were at length made to a pontiff of the god Thor, named Snorro, who exercised considerable influence in the island. By his counsel, the young proprietor of the haunted mansion assembled a jury or inquest of his neighbours, constituted in the usual judicial form, as if to judge an ordinary civil matter, and proceeded in their presence to cite individually the various phantoms and resemblances of the deceased members of the family, to show by what warrant they disputed with him and his servants the quiet possession of his property, and what defence they could plead for thus interfering with and incommodating the living. The spectres of the dead, by name and in order as summoned, appeared on their being called, and muttering some regrets at being obliged to abandon their dwelling, departed or vanished from the astonished inquest. Judgment then went against the ghosts by default, and the trial by jury, of which we here can trace the origin, obtained a triumph unknown to any of the great writers who have made it the subject of eulogy. It was not only with the spirits of the dead that the warlike people of the north made war without timidity, and successfully entered into suits of ejectment. These daring champions often braved the indignation even of the superior deities of their mythology, rather than allow that there existed any being before whom their boldness could quail. Such is the singular story of how a young man of high courage, in crossing a desolate ridge of mountains, met with a huge waggon, in which the goddess Freya, that is, a gigantic idol formed to represent her, together with her shrine and the wealthy offerings attached to it, was travelling from one district of the country to another. The shrine or sanctuary of the idol was like a modern caravan travelling with a show, screened by boards and curtains from the public gaze, and the equipage was under the immediate guidance of the priestess of Freya, a young, good-looking, and attractive woman. The traveller naturally associated himself with the priestess, who, as she walked on foot, apparently was in no degree displeased with the company of a powerful and handsome young man as a guide and companion on the journey. It chanced, however, that the presence of the champion and his discourse with the priestess was less satisfactory to the goddess than to the parties principally concerned. By a certain signal, the divinity summoned the priestess to the sanctuary, who presently returned with tears in her eyes and terror in her countenance, to inform her companion that it was the will of Freya that he should depart, and no longer travel in their company. "You must have mistaken the meaning of the goddess," said the champion. "Freya cannot have formed a wish so unreasonable as to desire I should abandon the straight and good road which leads me directly on my journey, to choose precipitous paths and byroads where I may break my neck. Nevertheless," said the priestess, "the goddess will be highly offended if you disobey her commands, nor can I conceal from you that she may personally assault you. It will be at her own peril if she should be so audacious," said the champion, for I will try the power of this axe against the strength of beams and boards. The priestess chid him for his impiety, but being unable to compel him to obey the goddess's mandate, they again relapsed into familiarity, which advanced to such a point that a clattering noise within the tabernacle, as of machinery put in motion, intimated to the travellers that Freya, who perhaps had some qualities in common with the classical Vesta, thought a personal interruption of this tete-a-tete ought to be deferred no longer. The curtains flew open, and the massive and awkward idol, who we may suppose resembled in form the giant created by Frankenstein, leaped lumbering from the carriage, and rushing on the intrusive traveller, dealt him with its wooden hands and arms such tremendous blows as were equally difficult to parry or to endure. But the champion was armed with a double-edged Danish axe, with which he bestirred himself with so much strength and activity, that at length he split the head of the image, and with a severe blow hewed off its left leg. The image of Freya then fell motionless to the ground, and the demon which had animated it fled yelling from the battered tenement. The champion was now victor, and according to the law of arms took possession of the female and the baggage. The priestess, the divinity of whose patroness had been by the event of the combat sorely lessened in her eyes, was now easily induced to become the associate and concubine of the conqueror. She accompanied him to the district whither he was travelling, and there displayed the shrine of Freya, taking care to hide the injuries which the goddess had received in the brawl. The champion came in for a share of a gainful trade driven by the priestess, besides appropriating to himself most of the treasures which the sanctuary had formerly contained. Neither does it appear that Freya, having perhaps a sensible recollection of the power of the axe, ever again ventured to appear in person for the purpose of calling her false stewards to account. The national estimation of deities, concerning whom such stories would be told and believed, was, of course, of no deep or respectful character. The Icelanders abandoned Odin, Freya, Thor, and their whole pagan mythology in consideration of a single disputation between the heathen priests and the Christian missionaries. The priests threatened the island with a desolating eruption of the volcano called Hekla, as the necessary consequence of the vengeance of their deities. Snorro, the same who advised the inquest against the ghosts, had become a convert to the Christian religion, and was present on the occasion. And as the conference was held on the surface of what had been a stream of lava, now covered with vegetable substances, he answered the priests with much readiness. To what was the indignation of the gods owing, when the substance on which we stand was fluid and scorching? Believe me, men of Iceland, the eruption of the volcano depends on natural circumstances now as it did then, and is not the engine of vengeance entrusted to Thor and Odin. It is evident that men who reasoned with so much accuracy concerning the imbecility of Odin and Thor were well prepared, on abandoning their worship, to consider their former deities, of whom they believed so much that was impious, in the light of evil demons. But there were some particulars of the Northern Creed in which it corresponded so exactly with that of the classics as leaves room to doubt whether the original Ase or Asiatics, the founders of the Scandinavian system, had before their migration from Asia derived them from some common source with those of the Greeks and Romans, or whether, on the other hand, the same proneness of the human mind to superstition has caused that similar ideas are adopted in different regions, as the same plants are found in distant countries without the one, as far as can be discovered, having obtained the seed from the others. The classical fiction, for example, of the satyrs and other subordinate deities of wood and wild, whose power is rather delusive than formidable, and whose supernatural pranks intimate rather a wish to inflict terror than to do hurt, was received among the northern people, and perhaps transferred by them to the Celtic tribes. It is an idea which seems common to many nations. The existence of a satyr in the sylvan form is even pretended to be proved by the evidence of St. Anthony, to whom one is said to have appeared in the desert. The Scottish Gael have an idea of the same kind respecting a goblin called Arisk, whose form is like that of Pan, and his attendants something between a man and a goat, the nether extremities being in the latter form. A species of cavern, or rather hole, in the rock, affords to the wildest retreat in the romantic neighbourhood of Loch Katrine, a name taken from classical superstition. It is not the least curious circumstance that from this sylvan deity the modern nations of Europe have borrowed the degrading and unsuitable emblems of the goat's visage and form, the horns, hoofs, and tail, with which they have depicted the author of evil, when it pleased him to show himself on earth, so that the alteration of a single word would render Pope's well-known line more truly adapted to the fact, should we venture to read, "And Pan to Satan lends his heathen horn." We cannot attribute the transference of the attributes of the northern satyr or Celtic Arisk to the arch-fiend to any particular resemblance between the character of these deities and that of Satan. On the contrary, the Arisk of the Celts was a creature by no means peculiarly malevolent or formidably powerful, but rather a melancholy spirit, which dwelt in wildernesses far removed from men. If we are to identify him with the brown dwarf of the border moors, the Arisk has a mortal term of life and a hope of salvation, as indeed the same high claim was made by the satyr who appeared to St. Anthony. Moreover, the Highland Arisk was a species of lubber fiend, and capable of being overreached by those who understood philology. It is related of one of these goblins, which frequented a mill near the foot of Loch Lomond, that the miller, desiring to get rid of this meddling spirit, who injured the machinery by setting the water on the wheel when there was no grain to be grinded, contrived to have a meeting with the goblin by watching in his mill till night. The Arisk then entered and demanded the miller's name, and was informed that he was called Myself, on which is founded a story almost exactly like that of Audus in the Odyssey, a tale which, though classic, is by no means an elegant or ingenious fiction, but which we are astonished to find in an obscure district, and in the Celtic tongue, seeming to argue some connection or communication between these remote highlands of Scotland and the readers of Homer in former days, which we cannot account for. After all, perhaps some churchman more learned than his brethren may have transferred the legend from Sicily to Duncroon, from the shores of the Mediterranean to those of Loch Lomond. I have heard it also told that the celebrated freebooter Rob Roy once gained a victory by disguising a part of his men with goatskins, so as to resemble the Aurisk or Highland satyr. There was an individual satyr called, I think, Miming, belonging to the Scandinavian mythology, of a character different from the Aurisk, though similar in shape, whom it was the boast of the highest champions to seek out in the solitudes which he inhabited. He was an armourer of extreme dexterity, and the weapons which he forged were of the highest value. But as club law pervaded the ancient system of Scandinavia, Memming had the humour of refusing to work for any customer save such as compelled him to it with force of arms. He may be, perhaps, identified with the recusant smith who fled before Fingal from Ireland to the Orkneys, and being there overtaken, was compelled to forge the sword which Fingal afterwards wore in all his battles, and which was called the son of the dark brown Luno, from the name of the armourer who forged it. From this it will appear that there were originals enough in the mythology of the Goths, as well as Celts, to furnish the modern attributes ascribed to Satan in later times, when the object of painter or poet was to display him in his true form and with all his terrors. Even the genius of Guido and of Tasso have been unable to surmount this prejudice, the more rooted perhaps that the wicked are described as goats in Scripture, and that the devil is called the old dragon. In Raphael's famous painting of the Archangel Michael binding Satan, the dignity, power, and angelic character expressed by the seraph form an extraordinary contrast to the poor conception of a being who ought not, even in that lowest degradation, to have seemed so unworthy an antagonist. Neither has Tasso been more happy, where he represents the divan of darkness in the enchanted forest as provided over by a monarch having a huge tail, hoofs, and all the usual accompaniments of popular diablerie. The genius of Milton alone could discard all these vulgar puerilities, and assign to the author of evil the terrible dignity of one who should seem not less than archangel ruined. This species of degradation is yet grosser when we take into consideration the changes which popular opinions have wrought respecting the taste, habits, powers, modes of tempting, and habits of tormenting, which are such as might rather be ascribed to some stupid, superannuated, and doting ogre of a fairy tale, than to the powerful minded demon who fell through pride and rebellion, not through folly or incapacity. Having, however, adopted our present ideas of the devil as they are expressed by his nearest acquaintances, the witches, from the accounts of satyrs, which seem to have been articles of faith both among the Celtic and Gothic tribes, we must next notice another fruitful fountain of demonological fancies. But as this source of the mythology of the Middle Ages must necessarily comprehend some account of the fairy folk, to whom much of it must be referred, it is necessary to make a pause before we enter upon the mystic and marvellous connection supposed to exist between the impenitent kingdom of Satan and those merry dancers by moonlight. End of letter 3. Letter 4 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Letter 4. We may premise by observing that the classics had not forgotten to enroll in their mythology a certain species of subordinate deities, resembling the modern elves in their habits. Good old Mr. Gibb, of the Advocates' Library, whom all lawyers whose youth he assisted in their studies, by his knowledge of that noble collection, are bound to name with gratitude, used to point out amongst the ancient altars under his charge one which is consecrated Deus Cambestribus, and usually added, with a wink, the fairies ye ken. This relic of antiquity was discovered near Roxburgh Castle, and a vicinity more delightfully appropriate to the abode of the sylvan deities can hardly be found. Two rivers of considerable size, made yet more remarkable by the fame which has rendered them in some sort classical, unite their streams beneath the vestiges of an extensive castle, renowned in the wars with England, and for the valiant, noble, and even royal blood which has been shed around and before it. A landscape ornamented with the distant village and huge abbey tower of Kelso, arising out of groves of aged trees. The modern mansion of floors, with its terrace, its woods, and its extensive lawn, form altogether a kingdom for Oberon and Titania to reign in, or any spirit who, before their time, might love scenery, of which the majesty and even the beauty impress the mind with a sense of awe mingled with pleasure. These sylvans, satyrs, and fauns, with whom superstition peopled the lofty banks and tangled copses of this romantic country, were obliged to give place to deities very nearly resembling themselves in character, who probably derive some of their attributes from their classic predecessors, although more immediately allied to the barbarian conquerors. We allude to the fairies, which, as received into the popular creed, and as described by the poets who have made use of them as machinery, are certainly among the most pleasing legacies of fancy. Dr. Leyden, who exhausted on this subject, as upon most others, a profusion of learning, found the first idea of the elfin people in the northern opinions concerning the Duergar or dwarfs. These were, however, it must be owned, spirits of a coarser sort, more laborious vocation, and more malignant temper, and in all respects less propitious to humanity than the fairies, properly so called, which were the invention of the Celtic people, and displayed that superiority of taste and fancy which, with the love of music and poetry, has been generally ascribed to their race through its various classes and modifications. In fact, there seems reason to conclude that these Duergar were originally nothing else than the diminutive natives of the Lappish, Lettish, and Finnish nations, who, flying before the conquering weapons of the Aesei, sought the most retired regions of the north, and there endeavoured to hide themselves from their eastern invaders. They were a little diminutive race, but possessed of some skill, probably in mining or smelting minerals, with which the country abounds. Perhaps also they might, from their acquaintance with the changes of the clouds or meteorological phenomena, be judges of weather, and so enjoy another title to supernatural skill. At any rate, it has been plausibly supposed that these poor people, who sought caverns and hiding places from the persecution of the Aesei, were in some respects compensated for inferiority in strength and stature by the art and power with which the superstition of the enemy invested them. These oppressed yet dreaded fugitives obtained, naturally enough, the character of the German spirits called kobold, from which the English goblin and the Scottish bogle, by some inversion and alteration of pronunciation, are evidently derived. The kobolds were a species of gnomes who haunted the dark and solitary places, and were often seen in the mines, where they seemed to imitate the labours of the miners, and sometimes took pleasure in frustrating their objects and rendering their toil unfruitful. Sometimes they were malignant, especially if neglected or insulted, but sometimes also they were indulgent to individuals whom they took under their protection. When a miner, therefore, hit upon a rich vein of ore, the inference commonly was, not that he possessed more skill, industry, or even luck than his fellow workmen, but that the spirits of the mine had directed him to the treasure. The employment and apparent occupation of these subterranean gnomes or fiends led very naturally to identify the Finn or Laplander with the kobold, but it was a bolder stretch of the imagination which confounded this reserved and sullen race with the livelier and gayer spirit which bears correspondence with the British fairy. Neither can we be surprised that the Dwargar, ascribed by many persons to this source, should exhibit a darker and more malignant character than the elves that revel by moonlight in more southern climates. According to the old Norse belief, these dwarfs form the current machinery of the northern sagas, and their inferiority in size is represented as compensated by skill and wisdom superior to those of ordinary mortals. In the Nibelungen Lied, one of the oldest romances of Germany, and compiled, it would seem, not long after the time of Attila, Theodoric of Bern or of Verona, figures among a cycle of champions over whom he presides, like the Charlemagne of France or Arthur of England. Among others vanquished by him is the Elf King, or dwarf Lauren, whose dwelling was in an enchanted garden of roses, and who had a bodyguard of giants, a sort of persons seldom supposed to be themselves conjurers. He becomes a formidable opponent to Theodoric and his chivalry, but as he attempted by treachery to attain the victory, he is, when overcome, condemned to fill the dishonourable yet appropriate office of buffoon and juggler at the court of Verona. Such possession of supernatural wisdom is still imputed by the natives of the Orkney and Zetland Islands to the people called Drows, being a corruption of Dwargar or dwarfs, and who may, in most other respects, be identified with the Caledonian fairies. Lucas Jacobson Debus, who dates his description of Pharaoh from his Pathmos in Thorshaven, March 12, 1670, dedicates a long chapter to the spectres who disturbed his congregation, and sometimes carried off his hearers. The actors in these disturbances he states to be the Scow, or Bergen Trold, that is, the spirits of the woods and mountains, sometimes called subterranean people, and adds they appeared in deep caverns and among horrid rocks, as also that they haunted the places where murders or other deeds of mortal sin had been acted. They appear to have been the genuine northern dwarfs, or trows, another pronunciation of trolls, and are considered by the reverend author as something very little better than actual fiends. But it is not only, or even chiefly, to the Gothic race that we must trace the opinions concerning the elves of the Middle Ages. These, as already hinted, were deeply blended with the attributes which the Celtic tribes had, from the remotest ages, ascribed to their deities of rocks, valleys, and forests. We have already observed what indeed makes a great feature of their national character, that the power of the imagination is peculiarly active among the Celts, and leads to an enthusiasm concerning national music and dancing, national poetry and song, the departments in which fancy most readily indulges herself. The Irish, the Welsh, the Gael, or Scottish Highlander, all tribes of Celtic descent, assigned to the men of peace, good neighbours, or by whatever other names they called these sylvan pygmies, more social habits, and a course of existence far more gay than the sullen and heavy toils of the more saturnine Duergar. Their elves did not avoid the society of men, though they behaved to those who associated with them with caprice, which rendered it dangerous to displease them; and although their gifts were sometimes valuable, they were usually wantonly given and unexpectedly resumed. The employment, the benefits, the amusements of the fairy court resembled the aerial people themselves. Their government was always represented as monarchical. A king, more frequently a queen of fairies, was acknowledged, and sometimes both held their court together. Their pageants and court entertainments comprehended all that the imagination could conceive of what was, by that age, accounted gallant and splendid. At their processions they paraded more beautiful steeds than those of mere earthly parentage. The hawks and hounds which they employed in their chase were of the first race. At their daily banquets the board was set forth with a splendour which the proudest kings of the earth dared not aspire to, and the hall of their dancers echoed to the most exquisite music. But when viewed by the eye of a seer, the illusion vanished. The young knights and beautiful ladies showed themselves as wrinkled carles and odious hags, their wealth turned into slate stones, their splendid plate into pieces of clay fantastically twisted, and their victuals, unsavoured by salt, prohibited to them, we are told, because an emblem of eternity, became tasteless and insipid. The stately halls were turned into miserable damp caverns. All the delights of the elfin Elysium vanished at once. In a word, their pleasures were showy, but totally unsubstantial; their activity unceasing, but fruitless and unavailing; and their condemnation appears to have consisted in the necessity of maintaining the appearance of constant industry or enjoyment, though their toil was fruitless, and their pleasures shadowy and unsubstantial. Hence poets have designed them as the crew that never rest. Besides the unceasing and useless bustle in which these spirits seem to live, they had propensities unfavourable and distressing to mortals. One injury of a very serious nature was supposed to be constantly practised by the fairies against the human mortals, that of carrying off their children, and breeding them as beings of their race. Unchristened infants were chiefly exposed to this calamity, but adults were also liable to be abstracted from earthly commerce, notwithstanding it was their natural sphere. With respect to the first, it may be easily conceived that the want of the sacred ceremony of introduction into the Christian church rendered them the more obnoxious to the power of those creatures, who, if not to be in all respects considered as fiends, had nevertheless, considering their constant round of idle occupation, little right to rank themselves among good spirits, and were accounted by most divines as belonging to a very different class. An adult, on the other hand, must have been engaged in some action which exposed him to the power of the spirits, and so, as the legal phrase went, taken in the manner, sleeping on a fairy mount, within which the fairy court happened to be held for the time, was a very ready mode of obtaining a pass for Elfland. It was well for the individual if the irate elves were contented on such occasions with transporting him through the air to a city at some 40 miles distance, and leaving, perhaps, his hat or bonnet on some steeple between, to mark the direct line of his course. Others, when engaged in some unlawful action, or in the act of giving way to some headlong and sinful passion, expose themselves also to become inmates of fairyland. The same belief on these points obtained in Ireland. Glanville, in his 18th Revelation, tells us of the butler of a gentleman, a neighbour of the Earl of Orrery, who was sent to purchase cards. In crossing the fields, he saw a table surrounded by people, apparently feasting and making merry. They rose to salute him, and invited him to join in their revel, but a friendly voice from the party whispered in his ear, "Do nothing which this company invite you to." Accordingly, when he refused to join in feasting, the table vanished, and the company began to dance and play on musical instruments. But the butler would not take part in these recreations. They then left off dancing, and betook themselves to work, but neither in this would the mortal join them. He was then left alone for the present, but in spite of the exertions of my Lord Orrery, in spite of 2 bishops who were his guests at the time, in spite of the celebrated Mr. Greatrix, it was all they could do to prevent the butler from being carried off bodily from amongst them by the fairies, who considered him as their lawful prey. They raised him in the air above the heads of the mortals, who could only run beneath, to break his fall when they pleased to let him go. The spectre which formerly advised the poor man continued to haunt him, and at length discovered himself to be the ghost of an acquaintance who had been dead for 7 years. "You know," added he, "I lived a loose life, and ever since I been hurried up and down in a restless condition with the company you saw, and shall be till the day of judgment." He added, that if the butler had acknowledged God in all his ways, he had not suffered so much by their means. He reminded him that he had not prayed to God in the morning before he met with his company in the field, and moreover, that he was then going on an unlawful business. It is pretended that Lord Orrery confirmed the whole of this story, even to having seen the butler raised into the air by the invisible beings who strove to carry him off. Only he did not bear witness to the passage which seems to call the purchase of cards an unlawful errand. Individuals whose lives had been engaged in intrigues of politics or stratagems of war were sometimes surreptitiously carried off to fairyland, as Alison Pearson, the sorceress who cured Archbishop Adamson, averred that she had recognised in the fairy court the celebrated Secretary Lethington, and the old knight of Buccleuch, the one of whom had been the most busy politician, the other one of the most unwearied partisans of Queen Mary during the reign of that unfortunate queen. Upon the whole, persons carried off by sudden death were usually suspected of having fallen into the hands of the fairies, and unless redeemed from their power, which it was not always safe to attempt, were doomed to conclude their lives with them. We must not omit to state that those who had an intimate communication with these spirits, while they were yet inhabitants of Middle Earth, were most apt to be seized upon and carried off to Elfland before their death. The reason assigned for this kidnapping of the human race, so peculiar to the elfin people, is said to be that they were under a necessity of paying to the infernal regions a yearly tribute out of their population, which they were willing to defray by delivering up to the prince of these regions the children of the human race rather than their own. From this it must be inferred that they have offspring among themselves, as it is said by some authorities, and particularly by Mr. Kirk, the minister of Aberfoyle. He indeed adds that after a certain length of life, these spirits are subject to the universal lot of mortality, a position, however, which has been controverted, and is scarcely reconcilable to that which holds them amenable to pay a tax to hell, which infers existence as eternal as the fire which is not quenched. The opinions on the subject of the fairy people here expressed are such as are entertained in the Highlands and some remote quarters of the Lowlands of Scotland. We know from the lively and entertaining legends published by Mr. Crofton Croker, which, though in most cases told with the wit of the editor and the humour of his country, contain points of curious antiquarian information, that the opinions of the Irish are conformable to the account we have given of the general creed of the Celtic nations respecting elves. If the Irish elves are anywise distinguished from those of Britain, it seems to be by their disposition to divide into factions and fight among themselves, a pugnacity characteristic of the Green Isle. The Welsh fairies, according to John Lewis, barrister at law, agree in the same general attributes with those of Ireland and Britain. We must not omit the creed of the Manxmen, since we find from the ingenious researches of Mr. Waldron that the Isle of Man, beyond other places in Britain, was a peculiar depository of the fairy traditions, which on the island being conquered by the Norse, became in all probability checkered with those of Scandinavia from a source peculiar and more direct than that by which they reached Scotland or Ireland. Such as it was, the popular system of the Celts easily received the northern admixture of drows and duergar, which gave the belief perhaps a darker colouring than originally belonged to the British fairyland. It was from the same source also, in all probability, that additional legends were obtained of a gigantic and malignant female, the Hecate of this mythology, who rode on the storm and marshalled the rambling host of wanderers under her grim banner. This hag, in all respects the reverse of the Mab or Titania of the Celtic creed, was called Nicnevan, in that later system which blended the faith of the Celts and of the Goths on this subject. The great Scottish poet Dunbar has made a spirited description of this Hecate, riding at the head of witches and good neighbours, fairies, namely, sorceresses and elves, indifferently, upon the ghostly eve of All Hallow Mass. In Italy we hear of the hags arraying themselves under the orders of Diana, in her triple character of Hecate, doubtless, and Herodias, who were the joint leaders of their choir. But we return to the more simple fairy belief as entertained by the Celts before they were conquered by the Saxons. Of these early times we can know little, but it is singular to remark what light the traditions of Scotland throw upon the poetry of the Britons of Cumberland, then called Reged. Merlin Wilt, or the Wild, is mentioned by both, and that renowned wizard, the son of an elf or fairy with King Arthur, the dubious champion of Britain at that early period, were both said by tradition to have been abstracted by the fairies, and to have vanished without having suffered death, just at the time when it was supposed that the magic of the wizard and the celebrated sword of the monarch, which had done so much to preserve British independence, could no longer avert the impending ruin. It may be conjectured that there was a desire on the part of Arthur or his surviving champions to conceal his having received a mortal wound in the fatal battle of Camlan, and to that we owe the wild and beautiful incident so finely versified by Bishop Percy, in which, in token of his renouncing in future the use of arms, the monarch sends his attendant, sole survivor of the field, to throw his sword Excalibur into the lake hard by. Twice eluding the request, the esquire at last complied, and threw the far-famed weapon into the lonely mere. A hand and arm arose from the water and caught Excalibur by the hilt, flourished it thrice, and then sank into the lake. The astonished messenger returned to his master to tell him the marvels he had seen, but he only saw a boat at a distance push from the land, and heard shrieks of females in agony. And whether the king was there or not, he never knew, he never cold, for ever since that doleful day was British Arthur seen on mould. The circumstances attending the disappearance of Merlin would probably be found as imaginative as those of Arthur's removal, but they cannot be recovered; and what is singular enough, circumstances which originally belonged to the history of this famous bard, said to be the son of the demon himself, have been transferred to a later poet, and surely one of scarce inferior name, Thomas of Ercildoune. The legend was supposed to be only preserved among the inhabitants of his native valleys, but a copy as old as the reign of Henry VII. Has been recovered. The story is interesting and beautifully told, and as one of the oldest fairy legends may well be quoted in this place. Thomas of Ercildoune, in Lauderdale, called the Rhymer, on account of his producing a poetical romance on the subject of Tristram and Iseult, which is curious as the earliest specimen of English verse known to exist, flourished in the reign of Alexander III. Of Scotland. Like other men of talent of the period, Thomas was suspected of magic. He was said also to have the gift of prophecy, which was accounted for in the following peculiar manner, referring entirely to the elfin superstition. As True Thomas, we give him the epithet by anticipation, lay on Huntley Bank, a place on the descent of the Eildon Hills, which raise their triple crest above the celebrated monastery of Melrose. He saw a lady so extremely beautiful that he imagined it must be the Virgin Mary herself. Her appointments, however, were rather those of an Amazon, or goddess of the woods. Her steed was of the highest beauty and spirit, and at his mane hung 30 silver bells and 9, which made music to the wind as she paced along. Her saddle was of royal bone, ivory, laid over with orfevrerie, that is, goldsmith's work. Her stirrups, her dress, all corresponded with her extreme beauty and the magnificence of her array. The fair huntress had her bow in her hand, and her arrows at her belt. She led 3 greyhounds in a leash, and 3 roches, or hounds of scent, followed her closely. She rejected and disclaimed the homage which Thomas desired to pay to her, so that, passing from one extremity to the other, Thomas became as bold as he had at first been humble. The lady warns him that he must become her slave if he should prosecute his suit towards her in the manner he proposes. Before their interview terminates, the appearance of the beautiful lady is changed into that of the most hideous hag in existence. One side is blighted and wasted as if by palsy. One eye drops from her head. Her colour, as clear as the virgin silver, is now of a dun leaden hue. A witch from the spittle or almshouse would have been a goddess in comparison to the late beautiful huntress. Hideous as she was, Thomas's irregular desires had placed him under the control of this hag, and when she bade him take leave of sun and of the leaf that grew on tree, he felt himself under the necessity of obeying her. A cavern received them, in which, following his frightful guide, he for 3 days travelled in darkness, sometimes hearing the booming of a distant ocean, sometimes walking through rivers of blood which crossed their subterranean path. At length they emerged into daylight in a most beautiful orchard. Thomas, almost fainting for want of food, stretches out his hand towards the goodly fruit which hangs around him, but is forbidden by his conductress, who informs him these are the fatal apples which were the cause of the fall of man. He perceives also that his guide had no sooner entered this mysterious ground and breathed its magic air than she was revived in beauty, equipage, and splendour, as fair or fairer than he had first seen her on the mountain. She then commands him to lay his head upon her knee, and proceeds to explain to him the character of the country. Yonder right-hand path, she says, conveys the spirits of the blessed to paradise. Yon downward and well-worn way leads sinful souls to the place of everlasting punishment. The third road, by yonder dark brake, conducts to the milder place of pain, from which prayer and mass may release offenders. But see you yet a fourth road, sweeping along the plain to yonder splendid castle? Yonder is the road to Elfland, to which we are now bound. The lord of the castle is king of the country, and I am his queen. But, Thomas, I would rather be drawn with wild horses than he should know what hath passed between you and me. Therefore, when we enter yonder castle, observe strict silence, and answer no question that is asked at you, and I will account for your silence by saying I took your speech when I brought you from Middle Earth." Having thus instructed her lover, they journeyed on to the castle, and entering by the kitchen, found themselves in the midst of such a festive scene as might become the mansion of a great feudal lord or prince. 30 carcasses of deer were lying on the massive kitchen board, under the hands of numerous cooks, who toiled to cut them up and dress them, while the gigantic greyhounds which had taken the spoil lay lapping the blood, and enjoying the sight of the slain game. They came next to the royal hall, where the king received his loving consort without censure or suspicion. Knights and ladies, dancing by threes, reels perhaps, occupied the floor of the hall, and Thomas, the fatigues of his journey from the Eildon hills forgotten, went forward and joined in the revelry. After a period, however, which seemed to him a very short one, the Queen spoke with him apart, and bade him prepare to return to his own country. "Now," said the Queen, "how long think you that you have been here?" "Certes, fair lady," answered Thomas, "not above these 7 days." "You are deceived," answered the Queen. "You have been 7 years in this castle, and it is full time you were gone. Know, Thomas, that the fiend of hell will come to this castle to-morrow to demand his tribute, and so handsome a man as you will attract his eye. For all the world would I not suffer you to be betrayed to such a fate. Therefore up, and let us be going." These terrible news reconciled Thomas to his departure from Elfin Land, and the Queen was not long in placing him upon Huntley Bank, where the birds were singing. She took a tender leave of him, and to ensure his reputation, bestowed on him the tongue which could not lie. Thomas in vain objected to this inconvenient and involuntary adhesion to veracity, which would make him, as he thought, unfit for church or for market, for king's court or for lady's bower. But all his remonstrances were disregarded by the lady, and Thomas the Rhymer, whenever the discourse turned on the future, gained the credit of a prophet, whether he would or not, for he could say nothing but what was sure to come to pass. It is plain that had Thomas been a legislator instead of a poet, we have here the story of Numa and Egeria. Thomas remained several years in his own tower near Ercildown, and enjoyed the fame of his predictions, several of which are current among the country people to this day. At length, as the prophet was entertaining the Earl of March in his dwelling, a cry of astonishment arose in the village on the appearance of a hart and hind, which left the forest, and, contrary to their shy nature, came quietly onward, traversing the village towards the dwelling of Thomas. The prophet instantly rose from the board, and, acknowledging the prodigy as the summons of his fate, he accompanied the hart and hind into the forest, and, though occasionally seen by individuals to whom he has chosen to show himself, has never again mixed familiarly with mankind. Thomas of Ercildown, during his retirement, has been supposed, from time to time, to be levying forces to take the field in some crisis of his country's fate. The story has often been told of a daring horse jockey having sold a black horse to a man of venerable and antique appearance, who appointed the remarkable hillock upon Eildon Hills, called the Lucken Hare, as the place where, at 12 o'clock at night, he should receive the price. He came. His money was paid in ancient coin, and he was invited by his customer to view his residence. The trader in horses followed his guide in the deepest astonishment through several long ranges of stalls, in each of which a horse stood motionless, while an armed warrior lay equally still at the charger's feet. "All these men," said the wizard in a whisper, "will awaken at the battle of Sheriffmore." At the extremity of this extraordinary depot hung a sword and a horn, which the prophet pointed out to the horse dealer as containing the means of dissolving the spell. The man in confusion took the horn, and attempted to wind it. The horses instantly started in their stalls, stamped, and shook their bridles. The men arose and clashed their armour, and the mortal, terrified at the tumult he had excited, dropped the horn from his hand. A voice like that of a giant, louder even than the tumult around, pronounced these words: "Woe to the coward that ever he was born, that did not draw the sword before he blew the horn." A whirlwind expelled the horse dealer from the cavern, the entrance to which he could never again find. A moral might be perhaps extracted from the legend, namely, that it is best to be armed against danger before bidding it defiance. But it is a circumstance worth notice, that although this edition of the tale is limited to the year 1715, by the very mention of the Sheriffmore, yet a similar story appears to have been current during the reign of Queen Elizabeth, which is given by Reginald Scott. The narrative is edifying, as peculiarly illustrative of the mode of marring a curious tale in telling it, which was one of the virtues professed by Caius when he hired himself to King Lear. Reginald Scott, incredulous on the subject of witchcraft, seems to have given some weight to the belief of those who thought that the spirits of famous men do, after death, take up some particular habitations near cities, towns, and countries, and act as tutelary and guardian spirits to the places which they loved while in the flesh. But more particularly to illustrate this conjecture, says he, I could name a person who hath lately appeared thrice since his decease, at least some ghostly being or other that calls itself by the name of such a person who was dead above 100 years ago, and was in his lifetime accounted as a prophet or predictor by the assistance of sublunary spirits, and now, at his appearance, did also give strange predictions respecting famine and plenty, war and bloodshed, and the end of the world. By the information of the person that had communication with him, the last of his appearances was in the following manner. I had been, said he, to sell a horse at the next market town, but not attaining my price, as I returned home by the way, I met this man, who began to be familiar with me, asking what news and how affairs moved through the country. I answered as I thought fit. Withal, I told him of my horse, whom he began to cheapen, and proceeded with me so far that the price was agreed upon. So he turned back with me and told me that if I would go along with him, I should receive my money. On our way we went, I upon my horse, and he on another milk-white beast. After much travel, I asked him where he dwelt, and what his name was. He told me that his dwelling was a mile off, at a place called Farran, of which place I had never heard, though I knew all the country round about. He also told me that he himself was that person of the family of Learmonths, so much spoken of as a prophet, at which I began to be somewhat fearful, perceiving we were on a road which I never had been on before, which increased my fear and amazement more. Well, on we went, till he brought me underground, I knew not how, into the presence of a beautiful woman, who paid the money without a word speaking. He conducted me out again through a large and long entry, where I saw above 600 men in armour laid prostrate on the ground as if asleep. At last I found myself in the open field, by the help of the moonlight, in the very place where I first met him, and made a shift to get home by 3 in the morning. But the money I had received was just double of what I esteemed it when the woman paid me, of which at this instant I have several pieces to show, consisting of 9 pennies, 13 pence halfpennies, etc. It is a great pity that this horse dealer, having specimens of the fairy coin of a quality more permanent than usual, had not favoured us with an account of an impress so valuable to medallists. It is not the less edifying, as we are deprived of the more picturesque parts of the story, to learn that Thomas's payment was as faithful as his prophecies. The beautiful lady who bore the purse must have been undoubtedly the fairy queen, whose affection, though like that of his own heroine Iseult, we cannot term it altogether laudable, seems yet to have borne a faithful and firm character. I have dwelt at some length on the story of Thomas the Rhymer as the oldest tradition of the kind which has reached us in detail, and as pretending to show the fate of the first Scottish poet, whose existence and its date are established both by history and records, and who, if we consider him as writing in the Anglo-Norman language, was certainly one among the earliest of its versifiers. But the legend is still more curious from its being the first and most distinguished instance of a man alleged to have obtained supernatural knowledge by means of the fairies. Whence or how this singular community derived their more popular common name, we may say has not as yet been very clearly established. It is the opinion of the learned that the Persian word peri, expressing an unearthly being of a species very similar, will afford the best derivation if we suppose it to have reached Europe through the medium of the Arabians, in whose alphabet the letter P does not exist, so that they pronounce the word fairy instead of peri. Still, there is something uncertain in this etymology. We hesitate to ascribe either to the Persians or the Arabians the distinguishing name of an ideal commonwealth, the notion of which they certainly did not contribute to us. Some are, therefore, tempted to suppose that the elves may have obtained their most frequent name from their being par excellence a fair or comely people, a quality which they affected on all occasions, while the superstition of the Scottish was likely enough to give them a name which might propitiate the vanity for which they deemed the race remarkable, just as, in other instances, they called the fays men of peace, good neighbours, and by other titles of the like import. It must be owned, at the same time, that the words fay and fairy may have been mere adoptions of the French fee and fury, though these terms on the other side of the channel have reference to a class of spirits corresponding not to our fairies, but with the far different fata of the Italians. But this is a question which we willingly leave for the decision of better etymologists than ourselves. End of letter 4. Letter 5 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Letter 5. To return to Thomas the Rhymer, with an account of whose legend I concluded last letter, it would seem that the example which it afforded of obtaining the gift of prescience and other supernatural powers by means of the fairy people became the common apology of those who attempted to cure diseases, to tell fortunes, to revenge injuries, or to engage in traffic with the invisible world for the purpose of satisfying their own wishes, curiosity, or revenge, or those of others. Those who practised the petty arts of deception in such mystic cases, being naturally desirous to screen their own impostures, were willing to be supposed to derive from the fairies, or from mortals transported to fairyland, the power necessary to effect the displays of art which they pretended to exhibit. A confession of direct communication and league with Satan, though the accused were too frequently compelled by torture to admit and avow such horrors, might, the poor wretches hoped, be avoided by the avowal of a less disgusting intercourse with sublunary spirits, a race which might be described by negatives, being neither angels, devils, nor the souls of deceased men, nor would it, they might flatter themselves, be considered as any criminal alliance, that they held communication with a race not properly hostile to man, and willing, on certain conditions, to be useful and friendly to him. Such an intercourse was certainly far short of the witch's renouncing her salvation, delivering herself personally to the devil, and at once ensuring condemnation in this world, together with the like doom in the next. Accordingly, the credulous, who in search of health, knowledge, greatness, or moved by any of the numberless causes for which men seek to look into futurity, were anxious to obtain superhuman assistance, as well as the numbers who had it in view to dupe such willing clients, became both cheated and cheaters, alike anxious to establish the possibility of a harmless process of research into futurity, for laudable, or at least innocent objects, as healing diseases and the like, in short, of the existence of white magic, as it was called, in opposition to that black art exclusively and directly derived from intercourse with Satan. Some endeavoured to predict a man's fortune in marriage or his success in life by the aspect of the stars. Others pretended to possess spells by which they could reduce and compel an elementary spirit to enter within a stone, a looking glass, or some other local place of abode, and confine her there by the power of an especial charm, conjuring her to abide and answer the questions of her master. Of these we shall afterwards say something, but the species of evasion now under our investigation is that of the fanatics or impostors, who pretended to draw information from the equivocal spirits called fairies, and the number of instances before us is so great as induces us to believe that the pretence of communicating with Elfland, and not with the actual demon, was the manner in which the persons accused of witchcraft most frequently endeavoured to excuse themselves, or at least to alleviate the charges brought against them of practising sorcery. But the Scottish law did not acquit those who accomplished even praiseworthy actions, such as remarkable cures by mysterious remedies, and the proprietor of a patent medicine, who should in those days have attested his having wrought such miracles as we see sometimes advertised, might perhaps have forfeited his life before he established the reputation of his drop, elixir, or pill. Sometimes the soothsayers, who pretended to act on this information from sublunary spirits, soared to higher matters than the practice of physic, and interfered in the fate of nations. When James I. was murdered at Perth in 1437, a Highland woman prophesied the course and purpose of the conspiracy, and had she been listened to, it might have been disconcerted. Being asked her source of knowledge, she answered, Hudhart had told her, which might either be the same with Hudkin, a Dutch spirit somewhat similar to Friar Roche or Robin Goodfellow, or with the red-capped demon, so powerful in the case of Lord Solus, and other wizards, to whom the Scots assigned rather more serious influence. The most special account which I have found of the intercourse between Fairyland and a female professing to have some influence in that court, combined with a strong desire to be useful to the distress of both sexes, occurs in the early part of a work to which I have been exceedingly obliged in the present and other publications. The details of the evidence, which consists chiefly of the unfortunate woman's own confession, are more full than usual, and comprehend some curious particulars. To spare technical repetitions, I must endeavour to select the principal facts in evidence in detail, so far as they bear upon the present subject. On the 8th November 1576, Elizabeth or Bessie Dunlop, spouse to Andrew Jack in Lynn, in the barony of Dalry, Ayrshire, was accused of sorcery and witchcraft and abuse of the people. Her answers to the interrogatories of the judges or prosecutors ran thus: it being required of her by what art she could tell of lost goods, or prophesy the event of illness, she replied that of herself she had no knowledge or science of such matters, but that when questions were asked her concerning such matters, she was in the habit of applying to one Tom Reed, who died at the battle of Pinkie, 11th September 1547, as he himself affirmed, and who resolved her any questions which she asked at him. This person she described as a respectable, elderly-looking man, grey-bearded, and wearing a grey coat, with Lombard sleeves of the old fashion, a pair of grey breeches and white stockings, gartered above the knee, a black bonnet on his head, close behind and plain before, with silken laces drawn through the lips thereof, and a white wand in his hand, completed the description of what we may suppose a respectable looking man of the province and period. Being demanded concerning her first interview with this mysterious Tom Reed, she gave rather an affecting account of the disasters with which she was then afflicted, and a sense of which perhaps aided to conjure up the imaginary counsellor. She was walking between her own house and the yard of Monk Castle, driving her cows to the common pasture, and making heavy moan with herself, weeping bitterly for her cow that was dead, her husband and child that were sick of the land ill, some contagious sickness of the time, while she herself was in a very infirm state, having lately borne a child. On this occasion she met Tom Reed for the first time, who saluted her courteously, which she returned. "Sancta Maria, Bessie," said the apparition, "why must thou make such dole and weeping for any earthly thing?" "Have I not reason for great sorrow," said she, "since our property is going to destruction? My husband is on the point of death, my baby will not live, and I myself at a weak point. Have I not cause to have a sore heart?" "Bessie," answered the spirit, "thou hast displeased God in asking something that thou should not, and I counsel you to amend your fault. I tell thee, thy child shall die ere thou get home. Thy 2 sheep shall also die, but thy husband shall recover, and be as well and fair as ever he was." The good woman was something comforted to hear that her husband was to be spared in such her general calamity, but was rather alarmed to see her ghostly counsellor pass from her and disappear through a hole in the garden wall, seemingly too narrow to admit of any living person passing through it. Another time he met her at the Thorn of Domsterneck, and showed his ultimate purpose by offering her plenty of every thing if she would but deny Christendom and the faith she took at the font stone. She answered, that rather than do that she would be torn at horses' heels, but that she would be conformable to his advice in less matters. He parted with her in some displeasure. Shortly afterwards he appeared in her own house about noon, which was at the time occupied by her husband and 3 tailors. But neither Andrew Jack nor the 3 tailors were sensible of the presence of the phantom warrior who was slain at Pinkie, so that, without attracting their observation, he led out the good wife to the end of the house near the kiln. Here he showed her a company of 8 women and 4 men. The women were busked in their plaids, and very seemly. The strangers saluted her, and said, "Welcome, Bessie. Wilt thou go with us?" But Bessie was silent, as Tom Reed had previously recommended. After this she saw their lips move, but did not understand what they said, and in a short time they removed from thence with a hideous ugly howling sound like that of a hurricane. Tom Reed then acquainted her that these were the good wights, fairies, dwelling in the court of Elfland, who came to invite her to go thither with them. Bessie answered that, before she went that road, it would require some consideration. Tom answered, "Seest thou not me both meat-worth, clothes-worth, and well enough in person?" And engaged she should be easier than ever she was. But she replied, she dwelt with her husband and children, and would not leave them. To which Tom Reed replied, in very ill humour, that if such were her sentiments, she would get little good of him. Although they thus disagreed on the principal object of Tom Reed's visits, Bessie Dunlop affirmed he continued to come to her frequently, and assist her with his counsel, and that if any one consulted her about the ailments of human beings, or of cattle, or the recovery of things lost and stolen, she was, by the advice of Tom Reed, always able to answer the querists. She was also taught by her literally ghostly adviser how to watch the operation of the ointments he gave her, and to presage from them the recovery or death of the patient. She said Tom gave her herbs with his own hand, with which she cured John Jack's bairn and Wilson's of the Townhead. She also was helpful to a waiting woman of the young Lady Stanley, daughter of the Lady Johnstone, whose disease, according to the opinion of the infallible Tom Reed, was a cold blood that came about her heart, and frequently caused her to swoon away. For this Tom mixed a remedy as generous as the balm of Gilead itself. It was composed of the most potent ale, concocted with spices and a little white sugar, to be drunk every morning before taking food. For these prescriptions Bessie Dunlop's fee was a peck of meal and some cheese. The young woman recovered, but the poor old Lady Kilbowie could get no help for her leg, which had been crooked for years. For Tom Reed said the marrow of the limb was perished, and the blood benumbed, so that she would never recover, and if she sought further assistance, it would be the worse for her. These opinions indicate common sense and prudence at least, whether we consider them as originating with the umquhile Tom Reed, or with the culprit whom he patronized. The judgments given in the case of stolen goods were also well chosen, for though they seldom led to recovering the property, they generally alleged such satisfactory reasons for its not being found, as effectually to cover the credit of the prophetess. Thus Hugh Scott's cloak could not be returned, because the thieves had gained time to make it into a kirtle. James Jameson and James Baird would, by her advice, have recovered their plough irons which had been stolen, had it not been the will of fate that William Dougal, sheriff's officer, one of the parties searching for them, should accept a bribe of £3 not to find them. In short, although she lost a lace which Tom Reed gave her out of his own hand, which, tied round women in childbirth, had the power of helping their delivery, Bessie Dunlop's profession of a wise woman seems to have flourished indifferently well, till it drew the evil eye of the law upon her. More minutely pressed upon the subject of her familiar, she said she had never known him while among the living, but was aware that the person so calling himself was one who had, in his lifetime, actually been known in Middle Earth as Tom Reed, officer to the Laird of Blair, and who died at Pinkie. Of this she was made certain, because he sent her on errands to his son, who had succeeded in his office, and to others, his relatives, whom he named, and commanded them to amend certain trespasses which he had done while alive, furnishing her with sure tokens by which they should know that it was he who had sent her. One of these errands was somewhat remarkable. She was to remind a neighbour of some particular which she was to recall to his memory by the token that Tom Reed and he had set out together to go to the battle which took place on the Black Saturday; that the person to whom the message was sent was inclined rather to move in a different direction, but that Tom Reed heartened him to pursue his journey, and brought him to the Kirk of Dalry, where he bought a parcel of figs, and made a present of them to his companion, tying them in his handkerchief, after which they kept company till they came to the field upon the fatal Black Saturday, as the battle of Pinkie was long called. Of Tom's other habits, she said that he always behaved with the strictest propriety, only that he pressed her to go to Elfland with him, and took hold of her apron, as if to pull her along. Again, she said she had seen him in public places, both in the churchyard at Dalry and on the street of Edinburgh, where he walked about among other people, and handled goods that were exposed to sale, without attracting any notice. She herself did not then speak to him, for it was his command that, upon such occasions, she should never address him, unless he spoke first to her. In his theological opinions, Mr. Reed appeared to lean to the Church of Rome, which, indeed, was most indulgent to the fairy folk. He said that the new law, that is, the Reformation, was not good, and that the old faith should return again, but not exactly as it had been before. Being questioned why this visionary sage attached himself to her more than to others, the accused person replied that when she was confined in childbirth of one of her boys, a stout woman came into her hut and sat down on a bench by her bed, like a mere earthly gossip, that she demanded a drink, and was accommodated accordingly, and thereafter told the invalid that the child should die, but that her husband, who was then ailing, should recover. This visit seems to have been previous to her meeting Tom Reed near Monk Castle garden, for that worthy explained to her that her stout visitant was queen of fairies, and that he had since attended her by the express command of that lady, his queen and mistress. This reminds us of the extreme doting attachment which the queen of the fairies is represented to have taken for Dapper in The Alchemist. Tom Reed attended her, it would seem, on being summoned thrice, and appeared to her very often within 4 years. He often requested her to go with him on his return to Fairyland, and when she refused, he shook his head and said she would repent it. If the delicacy of the reader's imagination be a little hurt at imagining the elegant Titania in the disguise of a stout woman, a heavy burden for a clumsy bench, drinking what Christopher Sly would have called very sufficient small beer with a peasant's wife, the following description of the fairy host may come more near the idea he has formed of that invisible company. Bessie Dunlop declared that as she went to tether her nag by the side of Restalrig Loch End, near the eastern port of Edinburgh, she heard a tremendous sound of a body of riders rushing past her with such a noise as if heaven and earth would come together, that the sound swept past her and seemed to rush into the lake with a hideous rumbling noise. All this while she saw nothing, but Tom Reed showed her that the noise was occasioned by the whites, who were performing one of their cavalcades upon earth. The intervention of Tom Reed as a partner in her trade of petty sorcery did not avail poor Bessie Dunlop, though his affection to her was apparently entirely platonic. The greatest familiarity on which he ventured was taking hold of her gown as he pressed her to go with him to Elfland. Neither did it avail her that the petty sorcery which she practised was directed to venial or even beneficial purposes. The sad words on the margin of the record, "Convict and burned," sufficiently express the tragic conclusion of a curious tale. Alison Pearson, in Byre Hill, was 28th May 1588, tried for invocation of the spirits of the devil, especially in the vision of one Mr. William Simpson, her cousin, and her mother's brother's son, who she affirmed was a great scholar and doctor of medicine, dealing with charms and abusing the ignorant people. Against this poor woman her own confession, as in the case of Bessie Dunlop, was the principal evidence. As Bessie Dunlop had Tom Reed, Alison Pearson had also a familiar in the court of Elfland. This was her relative, William Simpson, aforesaid, born in Stirling, whose father was king's smith in that town. William had been taken away, she said, by a man of Egypt, a gipsy, who carried him to Egypt along with him, that he remained there 12 years, and that his father died in the meantime for opening a priest's book and looking upon it. She declared that she had renewed her acquaintance with her kinsman so soon as he returned. She further confessed that one day, as she passed through Grange Muir, she lay down in a fit of sickness, and that a green man came to her, and said if she would be faithful he might do her good. In reply, she charged him in the name of God, and by the law he lived upon, if he came for her soul's good, to tell his errand. On this the green man departed, but he afterwards appeared to her with many men and women with him, and against her will she was obliged to pass with them farther than she could tell, with piping, mirth, and good cheer. Also that she accompanied them into Lothian, where she saw puncheons of wine with tasses or drinking cups. She declared that when she told of these things she was sorely tormented, and received a blow that took away the power of her left side, and left on it an ugly mark which had no feeling. She also confessed that she had seen before sunrise the good neighbours make their salves with pans and fires. Sometimes, she said, they came in such fearful forms as frightened her very much. At other times they spoke her fair, and promised her that she should never want if faithful. But if she told of them and their doings, they threatened to martyr her. She also boasted of her favour with the Queen of Elfland, and the good friends she had at that court, notwithstanding that she was sometimes in disgrace there, and had not seen the Queen for 7 years. She said William Simpson is with the fairies, and that he lets her know when they are coming, and that he taught her what remedies to use, and how to apply them. She declared that when a whirlwind blew the fairies were commonly there, and that her cousin Simpson confessed that every year the tithe of them were taken away to hell. The celebrated Patrick Adamson, an excellent divine and accomplished scholar, created by James VI., Archbishop of St. Andrews, swallowed the prescriptions of this poor hypochondriac with good faith and will, eating a stewed fowl, and drinking out at 2 draughts a quart of claret, medicated with the drugs she recommended. According to the belief of the time, this Alison Pearson transferred the bishop's indisposition from himself to a white palfrey, which died in consequence. There is a very severe libel on him for this and other things unbecoming his order, with which he was charged, and from which we learn that Lethington and Bucklaw were seen by Dame Pearson in the fairyland. This poor woman's kinsman Simpson did not give better shelter to her than Tom Reed had done to her predecessor. The margin of the court book again bears the melancholy and brief record, convicta et combusta. The 2 poor women last mentioned are the more to be pitied, as whether enthusiasts or impostors, they practised their supposed art exclusively for the advantage of mankind. The following extraordinary detail involves persons of far higher quality, and who sought to familiars for more baneful purposes. Catherine Monroe, Lady Fowlis, by birth Catherine Ross of Balnagowan, of high rank, both by her own family and that of her husband, who was the 15th Baron of Fowlis, and chief of the warlike clan of Monroe, had a stepmother's quarrel with Robert Monroe, eldest son of her husband, which she gratified by forming a scheme for compassing his death by unlawful arts. Her proposed advantage in this was, that the widow of Robert, when he was thus removed, should marry with her brother, George Ross of Balnagowan, and for this purpose her sister-in-law, the present Lady Balnagowan, was also to be removed. Lady Fowlis, if the indictment had a syllable of truth, carried on her practices with the least possible disguise. She assembled persons of the lowest order, stamped with an infamous celebrity as witches, and besides making pictures or models in clay, by which they hoped to bewitch Robert Monroe and Lady Balnagowan, they brewed upon one occasion poison so strong that a page tasting of it immediately took sickness. Another earthen jar of the same deleterious liquor was prepared by the Lady Fowlis, and sent with her own nurse for the purpose of administering it to Robert Monroe. The messenger, having stumbled in the dark, broke the jar, and a rank grass grew upon the spot where it fell, which sheep and cattle abhorred to touch. But the nurse, having less sense than the brute beasts, and tasting of the liquor which had been spilled, presently died. What is more to our present purpose, Lady Fowlis made use of the artillery of Elfland in order to destroy her stepson and sister-in-law. Lasky Loncart, one of the assistant hags, produced 2 of what the common people call elf arrowheads, being in fact the points of flint used for arming the ends of arrow shafts in the most ancient times, but accounted by the superstitious the weapons by which the fairies were wont to destroy both man and beast. The pictures of the intended victims were then set up at the north end of the apartment, and Christian Ross Malcolmson, an assistant hag, shot 2 shafts at the image of Lady Balnagowan, and 3 against the picture of Robert Monroe, by which shots they were broken, and Lady Phallus commanded new figures to be modelled. Many similar acts of witchcraft and of preparing poisons were alleged against Lady Phallus. Her son-in-law, Hector Monroe, one of his stepmother's prosecutors, was, for reasons of his own, active in a similar conspiracy against the life of his own brother. The rites that he practised were of an uncouth, barbarous, and unusual nature. Hector, being taken ill, consulted on his case some of the witches, or soothsayers, to whom this family appears to have been partial. The answer was unanimous, that he must die unless the principal man of his blood should suffer death in his stead. It was agreed that the vicarious substitute for Hector must mean George Monroe, brother to him by the half-blood, the son of the Catherine Lady Phallus before commemorated. Hector sent at least 7 messengers for this young man, refusing to receive any of his other friends till he saw the substitute, whom he destined to take his place in the grave. When George at length arrived, Hector, by advice of a notorious witch called Marian Mac Ignorac, and of his own foster mother, Christian Neil Dalliel, received him with peculiar coldness and restraint. He did not speak for the space of an hour, till his brother broke silence and asked how he did. Hector replied that he was the better George had come to visit him, and relapsed into silence, which seemed singular when compared with the anxiety he had displayed to see his brother. But it was, it seems, a necessary part of the spell. After midnight, the sorceress Marian Mac Ingarac, the chief priestess or Nickneven of the company, went forth with her accomplices, carrying spades with them. They then proceeded to dig a grave not far from the seaside, upon a piece of land which formed the boundary betwixt 2 proprietors. The grave was made as nearly as possible to the size of their patient Hector Monroe, the earth dug out of the grave being laid aside for the time. After ascertaining that the operation of the charm on George Monroe, the destined victim, should be suspended for a time to avoid suspicion, the conspirators proceeded to work their spell in a singular, impressive, and, I believe, unique manner. The time being January 1588, the patient, Hector Monroe, was borne forth in a pair of blankets, accompanied with all who were entrusted with the secret, who were warned to be strictly silent till the chief sorceress should have received her information from the angel whom they served. Hector Monroe was carried to his grave and laid therein, the earth being filled in on him, and the grave secured with stakes as at a real funeral. Marian Mac Ingarac, the hecate of the night, then sat down by the grave, while Christian Neil Dalliel, the foster mother, ran the breadth of about 9 ridges distant, leading a boy in her hand, and coming again to the grave where Hector Monroe was interred alive, demanded of the witch which victim she would choose, who replied that she chose Hector to live and George to die in his stead. This form of incantation was thrice repeated ere Mr. Hector was removed from his chilling bed in a January grave and carried home, all remaining mute as before. The consequence of a process which seems ill adapted to produce the former effect was that Hector Monroe recovered, and after the intervention of 12 months, George Monroe, his brother, died. Hector took the principal witch into high favour, made her keeper of his sheep, and evaded, it is said, to present her to trial when charged at Aberdeen to produce her. Though one or two inferior persons suffered death on account of the sorceries practised in the house of Fowlis, the Lady Catherine and her stepson Hector had both the unusual good fortune to be found not guilty. Mr. Pitcairn remarks that the juries, being composed of subordinate persons not suitable to the rank or family of the person tried, has all the appearance of having been packed on purpose for acquittal. It might also, in some interval of good sense, creep into the heads of Hector Monroe's assize, that the enchantment being performed in January 1588, and the deceased being only taken ill of his fatal disease in April 1590, the distance between the events might seem too great to admit the former being regarded as the cause of the latter. Another instance of the skill of a sorcerer being traced to the instructions of the elves is found in the confession of John Stuart, called a vagabond, but professing skill in palmistry and jugglery, and accused of having assisted Margaret Barclay, or Dane, to sink or cast away a vessel belonging to her own good brother, it being demanded of him by what means he professed himself to have knowledge of things to come. The said John confessed that the space of 26 years ago, he being travelling on All Hallow Even night between the towns of Monigoif, so spelled, and Clary, in Galway, he met with the King of the Fairies and his company, and that the King of the Fairies gave him a stroke with a white rod over the forehead, which took from him the power of speech and the use of one eye, which he wanted for the space of 3 years. He declared that the use of speech and eyesight was restored to him by the King of Fairies and his company on an Halloween night at the town of Dublin, in Ireland, and that since that time he had joined these people every Saturday at 7 o'clock, and remained with them all the night. Also, that they met every Hallow tide, sometimes on Lanark Hill, Tintock perhaps, sometimes on Kilmare's Hill, and that he was then taught by them. He pointed out the spot of his forehead on which, he said, the King of the Fairies struck him with a white rod, whereupon the prisoner being blindfolded, they pricked the spot with a large pin, whereof he expressed no sense or feeling. He made the usual declaration that he had seen many persons at the court of Fairy, whose names he rehearsed particularly, and declared that all such persons as are taken away by sudden death go with the King of Elfland. With this man's evidence we have at present no more to do, though we may revert to the execrable proceedings which then took place against this miserable juggler, and the poor women who were accused of the same crime. At present it is quoted as another instance of a fortune teller referring to Elfland as the source of his knowledge. At Aldern, a parish and borough of barony in the country of Nairn, the epidemic terror of witches seems to have gone very far. The confession of a woman called Isabel Gowdy, of date April 1662, implicates, as usual, the court of Fairy, and blends the operations of witchcraft with the facilities afforded by the fairies. these needed be the less insisted upon in this place, as the arch-fiend, and not the elves, had the immediate agency in the abominations which she narrates. Yet she had been, she said, in the Downy Hills, and got meat there from the Queen of Fairies more than she could eat. She added that the Queen is bravely clothed in white linen, and in white and brown cloth; that the King of Fairy is a brave man, and there were elf bulls roaring and squoiling at the entrance of their palace, which frightened her much. On another occasion, this frank penitent confesses her presence at a rendezvous of witches, Lammas 1659, where after they had rambled through the country in different shapes, of cats, hares, and the like, eating, drinking, and wasting the goods of their neighbours, into whose houses they could penetrate, they at length came to the Downy Hills, where the mountain opened to receive them, and they entered a fair big room, as bright as day. At the entrance ramped and roared the large fairy bulls, which had alarmed Isabel Gowdie. These animals are probably the water bulls, famous both in Scottish and Irish tradition, which are not supposed to be themselves altogether canny or safe to have concern with. In their caverns the fairies manufactured those elf arrowheads with which the witches and they wrought so much evil. The elves and the arch-fiend laboured jointly at this task, the former forming and sharpening the dart from the rough flint, and the latter perfecting and finishing, or as it is called, dighting it. Then came the sport of the meeting. The witches bestrode either corn straws, beanstalks, or rushes, and calling horse and haddock in the devil's name, which is the elfin signal for mounting, they flew wherever they listed. If the little whirlwind which accompanies their transportation passed any mortal who neglected to bless himself, all such fell under the witch's power, and they acquired the right of shooting at him. The penitent prisoner gives the names of many whom she and her sisters had so slain, the death for which she was most sorry being that of William Brown in the Milne town of Mainz. A shaft was also aimed at the Reverend Harry Forbes, a minister who was present at the examination of Isabel, the confessing party. The arrow fell short, and the witch would have taken aim again, but her master forbade her, saying the reverend gentleman's life was not subject to their power. To this strange and very particular confession we shall have occasion to recur when witchcraft is the more immediate subject. What is above narrated marks the manner in which the belief in that crime was blended with the fairy superstition. To proceed to more modern instances of persons supposed to have fallen under the power of the fairy race, we must not forget the Reverend Robert Kirk, minister of the Gospel, the first translator of the Psalms into Gaelic verse. He was, in the end of the 17th century, successively minister of the Highland parishes of Balquhidder and Aberfoyle, lying in the most romantic district of Perthshire, and within the Highland line. These beautiful and wild regions, comprehending so many lakes, rocks, sequestered valleys, and dim copsewoods, are not even yet quite abandoned by the fairies, who have resolutely maintained secure footing in a region so well suited for their residence. Indeed, so much was this the case formerly, that Mr. Kirk, while in his latter charge of Aberfoyle, found materials for collecting and compiling his essay on the subterranean and for the most part invisible people heretofore going under the name of elves, fauns, and fairies, or the like. In this discourse, the author, with undoubting mind, describes the fairy race as a sort of astral spirits, of a kind betwixt humanity and angels; says that they have children, nurses, marriages, deaths, and burials, like mortals in appearance; that in some respect they represent mortal men, and that individual apparitions, or double men, are found among them, corresponding with mortals existing on earth. Mr. Kirk accuses them of stealing the milk from the cows, and of carrying away, what is more material, the women in pregnancy and new-born children from their nurses. The remedy is easy in both cases. The milk cannot be stolen if the mouth of the calf, before he is permitted to suck, be rubbed with a certain balsam, very easily come by, and the woman in travail is safe if a piece of cold iron is put into the bed. Mr. Kirk accounts for this by informing us that the great northern mines of iron, lying adjacent to the place of eternal punishment, have a savour odious to these fascinating creatures. They have, says the reverend author, what one would not expect, many light toyish books, novels, and plays doubtless, others on Rosicrucian subjects, and of an abstruse mystical character, but they have no Bibles or works of devotion. The essayist fails not to mention the elf arrow-heads, which have something of the subtlety of thunderbolts, and can mortally wound the vital parts without breaking the skin. These wounds, he says, he has himself observed in beasts, and felt the fatal lacerations which he could not see. It was by no means to be supposed that the elves, so jealous and irritable a race as to be incensed against those who spoke of them under their proper names, should be less than mortally offended at the temerity of the reverend author, who had pried so deeply into their mysteries, for the purpose of giving them to the public. Although, therefore, the learned divine's monument, with his name duly inscribed, is to be seen at the east end of the churchyard at Aberfoyle, yet those acquainted with his real history do not believe that he enjoys the natural repose of the tomb. His successor, the Reverend Dr. Graham, has informed us of the general belief that, as Mr. Kirk was walking one evening in his nightgown upon a dunshee or fairy mount, in the vicinity of the manse or parsonage, behold, he sunk down in what seemed to be a fit of apoplexy, which the unenlightened took for death, while the more understanding knew it to be a swoon produced by the supernatural influence of the people whose precincts he had violated. After the ceremony of a seeming funeral, the form of the Reverend Robert Kirk appeared to a relation, and commanded him to go to Graham of Douchray, ancestor of the present General Graham Stirling. Say to Douchray, who is my cousin as well as your own, that I am not dead, but a captive in fairyland, and only one chance remains for my liberation, when the posthumous child, of which my wife has been delivered since my disappearance, shall be brought to baptism. I will appear in the room, when, if Douchray shall throw over my head the knife or dirk which he holds in his hand, I may be restored to society. But if this opportunity is neglected, I am lost for ever. Douchray was apprised of what was to be done. The ceremony took place, and the apparition of Mr. Kirk was visibly seen while they were seated at table. But Graham of Douchray, in his astonishment, failed to perform the ceremony enjoined, and it is to be feared that Mr. Kirk still drees his weird in fairyland, the elfin state declaring to him, as the ocean to poor Falconer, who perished at sea after having written his popular poem of the shipwreck, "Thou hast proclaimed our power, be thou our prey." Upon this subject the reader may consult a very entertaining little volume, called Sketches of Perthshire, by the Reverend Dr. Graham of Aberfoyle. The terrible visitation of fairy vengeance, which has lighted upon Mr. Kirke, has not intimidated his successor, an excellent man and good antiquary, from affording us some curious information on fairy superstition. He tells us that these capricious elves are chiefly dangerous on a Friday, when, as the day of the crucifixion, evil spirits have most power, and mentions their displeasure at any one who assumes their accustomed livery of green, a colour fatal to several families in Scotland, to the whole race of the gallant Grahams in particular, insomuch that we have heard that in battle a Graham is generally shot through the green check of his plaid. Moreover, that a veteran sportsman of the name, having come by a bad fall, he thought it sufficient to account for it that he had a piece of green whipcord to complete the lash of his hunting whip. I remember also that my late amiable friend James Graham, author of The Sabbath, would not break through this ancient prejudice of his clan, but had his library table covered with blue or black cloth, rather than use the faded colour commonly employed on such occasions. To return from the Perthshire fairies, I may quote a story of a nature somewhat similar to that of Robert Kirke. The life of the excellent person who told it was, for the benefit of her friends and the poor, protracted to an unusual duration, so I conceive that this adventure, which took place in her childhood, might happen before the middle of last century. She was residing with some relations near the small seaport town of North Berwick, when the place and its vicinity were alarmed by the following story. An industrious man, a weaver in the little town, was married to a beautiful woman, who, after bearing 2 or 3 children, was so unfortunate as to die during the birth of a 4th child. The infant was saved, but the mother had expired in convulsions, and as she was much disfigured after death, it became an opinion among her gossips that, from some neglect of those who ought to have watched the sick woman, she must have been carried off by the elves, and this ghastly corpse substituted in the place of the body. The widower paid little attention to these rumours, and after bitterly lamenting his wife for a year of mourning, began to think on the prudence of forming a new marriage, which to a poor artisan with so young a family, and without the assistance of a housewife, was almost a matter of necessity. He readily found a neighbour with whose good looks he was satisfied, whilst her character for temper seemed to warrant her good usage of his children. He proposed himself and was accepted, and carried the names of the parties to the clergyman, called, I believe, Mr. Matthew Reed, for the due proclamation of banns. As the man had really loved his late partner, it is likely that this proposed decisive alteration of his condition brought back many reflections concerning the period of their union, and with these recalled the extraordinary rumours which were afloat at the time of her decease, so that the whole forced upon him the following lively dream. As he lay in his bed, awake as he thought, he beheld, at the ghostly hour of midnight, the figure of a female dressed in white, who entered his hut, stood by the side of his bed, and appeared to him the very likeness of his late wife. He conjured her to speak, and with astonishment heard her say, like the minister of Aberfoyle, that she was not dead, but the unwilling captive of the good neighbours. Like Mr. Kirke, too, she told him that if all the love which he once had for her was not entirely gone, an opportunity still remained of recovering her or winning her back, as it was usually termed, from the comfortless realms of Elfland. She charged him on a certain day of the ensuing week that he should convene the most respectable housekeepers in the town, with the clergyman at their head, and should disinter the coffin in which she was supposed to have been buried. The clergyman is to recite certain prayers, upon which, said the apparition, I will start from the coffin, and fly with great speed round the church, and you must have the fleetest runner of the parish, naming a man famed for swiftness, to pursue me, and such a one, the smith, renowned for his strength, to hold me fast after I am overtaken. And in that case I shall, by the prayers of the church and the efforts of my loving husband and neighbours, again recover my station in human society. In the morning the poor widower was distressed with the recollection of his dream, but ashamed and puzzled, took no measures in consequence. A second night, as is not very surprising, the visitation was again repeated. On the third night she appeared with a sorrowful and displeased countenance, upbraided him with want of love and affection, and conjured him for the last time to attend to her instructions, which if he now neglected, she would never have power to visit earth or communicate with him again. In order to convince him there was no delusion, he saw in his dream that she took up the nursling at whose birth she had died, and gave it suck. She spilled also a drop or two of her milk on the poor man's bedclothes, as if to assure him of the reality of the vision. The next morning the terrified widower carried a statement of his perplexity to Mr. Matthew Reed, the clergyman. This reverend person, being besides an excellent divine in other respects, was at the same time a man of sagacity, who understood the human passions. He did not attempt to combat the reality of the vision which had thrown his parishioner into this tribulation, but he contended it could be only an illusion of the devil. He explained to the widower that no created being could have the right or power to imprison or detain the soul of a Christian, conjured him not to believe that his wife was otherwise disposed of than according to God's pleasure, assured him that Protestant doctrine utterly denies the existence of any middle state in the world to come, and explained to him that he, as a clergyman of the Church of Scotland, neither could nor dared authorize opening graves or use the intervention of prayer to sanction rites of a suspicious character. The poor man, confounded and perplexed by various feelings, asked his pastor what he should do. I will give you my best advice, said the clergyman. Get your new bride's consent to be married to-morrow, or to-day, if you can. I will take it on me to dispense with the rest of the banns, or proclaim them 3 times in one day. You will have a new wife, and if you think of the former, it will be only as of one from whom death has separated you, and for whom you may have thoughts of affection and sorrow, but as a saint in heaven, and not as a prisoner in Elfland. The advice was taken, and the perplexed widower had no more visitations from his former spouse. An instance, perhaps, the latest which has been made public, of communication with the restless people, a more proper epithet than that of Doin She, or men of peace, as they are called in Gaelic, came under Pennant's notice so late as during that observant traveller's tour in 1769. Being perhaps the latest news from the invisible Commonwealth, we give the tourist's own words. A poor visionary, who had been working in his cabbage garden in Breadalban, imagined that he was raised suddenly up into the air, and conveyed over a wall into an adjacent cornfield; that he found himself surrounded by a crowd of men and women, many of whom he knew to have been dead for some years, and who appeared to him skimming over the tops of the unbending corn, and mingling together like bees going to hive; that they spoke an unknown language, and with a hollow sound; that they very roughly pushed him to and fro; but on his uttering the name of God all vanished, but a female sprite, who, seizing him by the shoulder, obliged him to promise an assignation at that very hour, that day seven-night; that he then found his hair was all tied in double knots, well known by the name of elf-locks; and that he had almost lost his speech; that he kept his word with the spectre, whom he soon saw floating through the air towards him; that he spoke to her, but she told him she was at that time in too much haste to attend to him, but bid him go away, and no harm should befall him; and so the affair rested when I left the country. But it is incredible the mischief these aegri somnia did in the neighbourhood. The friends and neighbours of the deceased, whom the old dreamer had named, were in the utmost anxiety at finding them in such bad company in the other world. The almost extinct belief of the old idle tales began to gain ground, and the good minister will have many a weary discourse and exhortation before he can eradicate the absurd ideas that this idle story has revived. It is scarcely necessary to add that this comparatively recent tale is just the counterpart of the story of Bessie Dunlop, Alison Pearson, and of the Irish butler who was so nearly carried off, all of whom found in Elfland some friend, formerly of Middle Earth, who attached themselves to the child of humanity, and who endeavoured to protect a fellow mortal against their less philanthropic companions. These instances may tend to show how the fairy superstition, which, in its general sense of worshipping the Dea Campestris, was much the older of the two, came to bear upon and have connection with that horrid belief in witchcraft which cost so many innocent persons and crazy impostors their lives for the supposed commission of impossible crimes. In the next chapter I propose to trace how the general disbelief in the fairy creed began to take place, and gradually brought into discredit the supposed feats of witchcraft, which afforded pretext for such cruel practical consequences. End of Letter 5.